All right, guys, I'm back. All right, let's see, what time is it now? 9:18. Okay, well, I'm not going to be able to do the upgrades and downgrades, so what I want to do is take a look at... Actually, I should... One more thing to talk about. Nielsen, we talked about this one for quite a while, NLSN. So this buyout finally happened. The buyout finally happened, guys. NLSN. This is being bought by, I think, a private equity firm, NLSN. And you can see what happened this day. This is a few days ago, maybe a week and a half ago. It got all the way up to 25.91. And actually, the buyout looks like it's around 27.28. All right, let's take a look at the sectors, guys. Sorry about this. We're just trying to get this YouTube. I had to go back to my old way of streaming. So we're okay now on YouTube, but we'll figure it out. I'm not going to worry about it while the market's open. After the market closes, that's when we'll take a look at it. Wow, look at that KOS, KOSS. This KOS, when it took out 10 yesterday, of course, this is one of the big memers. Be really interesting to see what is going to happen with GME and AMC today. Will it stall at 200? Will GME stall at 200, or will it just break right through? Man, oh man. Remember, this is to me, this is incredible. I mean, from 76 to 187 in about a week and a half. I mean, I know the memers got a hold of it, but man. There was no selling whatsoever. Look at the 15-minute chart at the end of the day. I mean, look at the volume increase. In fact, I think, yeah, I mean, that volume at the end of the day was the biggest of the day. Cool. Let's take a look at the sectors, guys. New dock channel bar, and then the sector status. This should be 100%. 100%, 100%, 100%. There we go. All right. So with energy prices, with oil prices creeping back down to the 100 level, what you're seeing here, these are the major ETFs. This is XLE. This is the major ETF for energy. 100% of them are down from yesterday's close. That was to be predicted, of course. So what is a strong sector? Well, we've got some strong sectors. We're in for a positive open, of course. So techs, 92% of them are above yesterday's high or low. Close. Communications, 90% above the close. So virtually everything. 78% of healthcare. Of course, this can change. Financials, 96%. Of course, this is going to change. We look at this half an hour from now. It could be very different. But at any rate, right now, energy is not what to be in as we speak. See see if I missed any other. Mosaic, I don't know if I mentioned Mosaic. Fertilizer play, MOS. Of course, with oil prices falling, MOS. There was another one, I think ICL, something like that. ICL, I believe. China stocks, though, guys. KWEB. Take a look at KWEB. China stocks are up so far this morning. They've been kind of trading in this little range here. We need either a breakout on the upside or a big breakdown on the low side. I'd rather see a big breakdown on the low side. Why? The reason is that when you look left, there's a lot more that it could fall as opposed to that it could run. I think, anyway, maybe I'm wrong. 38, 31, 38. Yeah, so there's a little bit more on the downside than there is on the upside. You know, that downgrade, and it was a big downgrade by Piper Sandler yesterday for Beyond Meat. I mean, putting a $29 price target on it did not really affect it at all. I mean, at one point, yes, yesterday before the market opened, stock got down to $45, but had a rally all day, and it's still rallying. And this is Beyond Meat, BYND. I'm waiting for I'll be honest with them. Why not? I do have some of this HYMC, okay? I don't have like a huge position, but I do have this from yesterday. A little, I'll call this a mini swing for me, HYMC. So I'm just waiting to see if I can take out 3. Of course, the next, and it did take out 3 this morning, briefly, 321. Wow, keep a look at Grid Dynamics, GDYN, just sneaking in here in my gappers, GDYN. It's a fairly low float, 39 million in the float. Just adding that to my one of my thumbnail charts. Okay, there's HYMC approaching 3 again. And Chewy on the run here. Chewy, guys, this is... Boy, the gremlins at work here, guys. I don't know what is going on. I lost this window here, or did I? Let me just take a look. Did I accidentally... S window. Oh, there it is. Wow. Chewy is an earnings play, actually. However, it's an earnings play after hours. We have it here post-market, so... Yeah, so this is after hours, so there's a little bit of excitement ahead of time. This is up 3.8%. Not huge volume. So China stocks right now, as we speak, are definitely moving higher as we speak. A lot of the China stocks are moving higher. Just look at, now if you're going to play a China stock, just make sure you have KWEB somewhere. So you can kind of track to see what the overall China market's doing. Okay, so I have K-Web somewhere. You're going to play a China stock. As long as, you know, you're going long, as long as you keep seeing nice green bars, no big pullbacks, then you should be good. All right, I can just put myself on mute one last time. And there was another buyout, I'm sorry, LHCG was another buyout. Big one. I also had LBPS on my radar here, but it's taking a bit of a header here. Still up 8%. Don't see any specific news on it. Thank you, William. Yes, less than a minute to the open. In fact, less than 10 seconds. So let's have a great trading day, everybody. Sorry about that. Some little technical issues with our YouTube. And we are now open. All right, let's take a look at GME and HYMC and see if they pop through. Beyond Meat just took up 50, barely, 50-20, BYND. Of course, China stock, IQ. You know, another one I saw in the pre-market, let's see what it's doing, was another China education stock, WAFU, W-A-F-U. This was I believe this was a meme stock back here also. Got up to $21. All right, guys, there's the NEO. There is the NEO. Okay, so let's keep an eye on it. It just showed up in the 10-day daily breakdown really early. But, you know, not good news. They're guiding lower. Okay, so they don't have earnings for a while, but they're guiding lower, so they're preparing. But more importantly, the CEO has resigned. And I don't think this was a planned one. Just not a lot of motion yet for NEO. Boy, I mentioned that GDYN. Look at it go now. GDYN just before the market open. Okay, there's the HYMC over 3. Whoa, look at GME, guys. This could start to really rock still. Okay, there's it. Man, look at AMC, guys. Now, AMC is approaching the 200-day moving average. I don't know if that's going to hold it or not, but there's the AMC. So AMC actually is, man, that's doing better than GME, I think, in terms of a percent. Yeah, I mean, AMC is up. GME is not quite up for the day. Oh, I guess it's just mildly up. Look at Beyond Meat, guys. BYND. I mean, I mentioned over a 50 break. Look at this thing go now. All right, Neil. So Hood. Of course, well, I don't even know if I want to call it on a meme stock. Did I read that they're going, they're looking at 24/7 investing. Extends trading hours, eyeing 24/7. Look at Neo, guys. Yes, did I take it? Yes. Anytime a CEO disappears, that's not good news. Whoa, guys, Neo. And Neo. Neo. Again, this is what I'm looking at. Okay, I didn't get in at 1232, just over 12. I don't like taking these so early, but I do make an exception on the 10-day daily breakdown. Especially when you see a CEO leaving. All right, HYMC just waiting to see. Okay, well, guys, you've got to be quick. That's why I don't like taking these things in the first 15, but covered most of it in this area here around that 1170. I'm looking to reshort this though. See if it gets down below that 1170 again. Well, my goodness, look at GME. Almost got to 200. 199.41. My prediction was 59 cents short. And then it really came back down. As did HYMC. So these are starting to fade now. The memers are starting to fade. Whoa, man, look at this one. The other one, guys, the other crazy one, ALLG. Look at it go. Look at ALLG go. It is almost at that high, 23.91, getting closer to the all-time high, ALLG. EV play. I'm not in this one. I'm not in this one. I wish I'd seen this on that break. Almost an all-time high, guys, getting closer and closer. Well, look at it. Guys, this ALLG is just making a new high. Almost. It got halted. It also got halted. Oh, boy, do I want to reshort this one, this nail. It was pretty wild here. Look at that bottoming tail all the way down here. I didn't quite get the cover all the way down. So ALLG just got halted, and where is it halted? 23.85. Trying to look to see if there are any clues where it may open. Not yet. AMC got halted on the way down. You're right, it got halted on the way down also. Yeah, AMC got halted. It is Dukester, yes. AMC got halted. ALLG is still halted. Riot. Wow. So Bitcoin must be going down. BITO. Let's take a look at BITO. Not much though. Not much, but I'm seeing Riot and Mara are both sinking here. Okay, be careful on your China stocks. If you went long, your CWEB is very much like KWEB. And the market's putting in a bit of a red bar to start. Look at Swim, guys. Swim on the move here. Oh, very low volume. Sorry about that. Very low volume. Man, I mentioned GD. Boy, look at this thing go. GDYM. Yeah, GDYN. I better type it in for Zach. It's too late now, but GDYN. Mentioned it right about here. That's about a $2 pop. Screaming higher here. Look at this GDYN go. Okay, one moment, please. Still no real clue where this is going to open. I don't consider this a clue, 26.18 really. I don't see a bid ask for the ALLG. This is time and sales from Interactive Brokers. Just don't see anything. All right, guys, my experiment is over. I'm all out of the HYMC, my little swing, my half a day swing from yesterday. Made a little bit on it. I'll look at it again if it gets over 3, but you know, GME and AMC, they're really dropping now, so I think those things have to get. And AMC just opened. AMC just opened. All right, ALLG just opened. Just opened. Of course, now that's an all-time high, 23.91, so it's above that all-time high. Wow, look at it go. Oh my goodness. Oh, guys, I look, I can't tell anybody to take a trade like that. Just point it out if you've got nerves of steel. Oh. And I just got halted again. It just got halted. No, I'm sorry. Looked like it was. It was stopped. Like the bid ask, it just stopped. Whew. Well, you know, listen, PJ, you know, it's not my style of trading at all, but, you know, I said, you know what, all-time high, just take some. I mean, I didn't go crazy. You don't have to go crazy when it moves $3, but I'm not in it anymore. I mean, you know, I cannot, you just, I mean, that went so quickly. Now it's starting to fall, so you had to be really, really quick on this one. All right, on to something else. Boy, what a trader this one is. It's a BILI. BILI virtually every day, because it all trades depending on what China is doing, what the overall China market's doing. You know, what a trader though. Up, down, up one day, down the next. Still kind of eyeballing the Neo, but the Neo, let's see. I want to see if it can take out maybe 1160 later on to really get it crashing again. Because the support, I mean, the next low I see on the monthly charts are on 989, so that's not going to hold it up anytime soon. So, I mean, it's got room underneath. All right, so ALLG just got halted on the way down. Yeah, IGMS I don't think was shortable for me. Yeah, IGMS was not shortable for me, or is not. All right, keep an eye on STLA, guys. STLA is starting to give it up here. I didn't see any specific news on it. EV play, I guess, but didn't see any specific news on it. Boy, GME has just been, talk about bottoming tails and topping tails. Now look at that topping tail. That was 930, right? Yeah, the 930 almost got to 200. Then popped up again to 184. I'm leaving it alone. All right, now, well, I completely lost sight of some of the more traditional plays, we'll call them. Look at Love, guys. Love is on a roll here. Earnings play, and also 62.45 is a 200-day moving average, so it's just poking its head above that, and that is LOVE, earnings play. Okay, we're getting some reversals here. I'm looking at some of the precious, like Goldfields, GFI, AG. So precious metals, we're getting some reversals right now. Wow. Okay, so from Zach's topping scan, RKLB, let's see what sort of room it's got still. 860 is the next high looking left. Of course, not saying it's going to get there. Just want to see if there's any specific news for it. I don't see any specific news for it. All right, let's take a look at something for, okay, meds. So meds got an alert at 310. What did it get to? Yeah, not really much. I think it's an earnings play. And then Love, 59.66. So that actually, that got up to 63. So not bad on that one from my scans, my watch lists. Yeah, I may have to get back into Neo here. I mean, this is, again, CEO, and there's sort of, not sort of, there's a green bar ignored right there on the 5-minute chart for Neo. Boy, look at Beyond Meat. What a sort of saying to heck with Piper Sandler. Look at this. I mean, this is a big move for Beyond Meat. If it takes out this area here, I mean, it has a lot of room. BYND. You know what, guys? This STLA looks really interesting as a short under 17. I mean, it's got some room down to here, 1650. That is the pre-market lows, but of course it came from 1589. That was the close yesterday. I don't really see any specific news on it. All right, Tuya, Tuya, another China stock. Starting to move here, 200 million in the float. All right, why do I have an alert for GRWG, cannabis play? Let's see. Okay, let's take a look at MJ first. Let's take a look at the sector, see if it's moving. Not really at all. So this one is moving on its own, GRWG. So, I mean, this has obviously got room. I don't know why it's moving and the rest of the industry is not, sector is not. This has got some room to about 11. All right, TH showed up. It did show up in the 10-day daily breakdown, but boy, it's yeah, it's pretty whippy. The Neo is still there. I'm kind of holding out for about 1160 break. I think I have an alert down there for it. Well, the party's over, at least for today, okay, for GME and AMC and HYMC, at least for today. Let's see if it can hold that 200-day moving average at 163. Of what names? Oh, you okay? Sorry, just a minute. No. I mean, they're meme stocks, okay? Who knows what's going to happen with them? I mean, when you say long term, I mean, why? Are you believing that there is this conspiracy that there's actually billions upon billions of shorts out there with GME? I mean, there's no business model, if that's what you're talking about. Obviously, there's no business model for GME. And AMC is trying to do this crazy acquisition, these crazy acquisitions outside of their business model. So, you know, I mean, that's just my opinion, right? However, obviously, when they run, they run. Well, I don't know what that about being funds doing. I mean, these are the meme stocks, you know. So all of a sudden, if if a Reddit crew, a WSB gets a hold of it, they just pile into it. There's no reason for it other than sort of thumbing their nose at some of the hedge funds. It'll be maybe longer than 5 minutes. ALLG was probably a 1 minute. That was a rush, I have to tell you. Joby's on the move here, guys. Joby Aviation. Look at this one, JOBY, and it has 656 as the next high looking left, so that's maybe a little too close. But it's on the move. Okay, so guys, I had to pause there. That's why I was pausing. I got back into the Neo short. It's a little bit below where I shorted it. Not loving it. It just doesn't, it may not be dynamic enough anymore. But we'll see. Obviously, we can only wait and see. Yeah, and guys, you know, that's not really my style, the ALLG, okay? That was just looking at it and kind of thinking, you know what? This took out the all-time high, got halted, popped, take some. Just just to see. You know, it could have done this. You know, I could have lost, you know, a couple dollars a share also. But it's not like I didn't take, I took thousands of shares, so. Whoa, this is a big. All right, guys, I'm just some internal discussions taking place. Okay. All right, Neil. Okay, well, let's see how far this can go. I mean, this is just a. I mean, anytime you see the CEO leaving a company, and when it's not, I don't think it was planned. And wow, it's picking up steam now. Oh, it's okay. I don't care. I don't care. The Y or the IE. The only thing is there is another Barry in the room with a Y. Barry with a Y. So again, yeah, guys, yes, I did short this one very early. Neil, I shorted it very early, not at 12:32, just underneath 12. Man, it dropped so quickly down to 11:40. I covered some right about a little over 11:50, and now I've reshorted it at, what did I say, 10:60, 10:63, 10:64. And but anytime you read a headline and the CEO is leaving, and it doesn't look like this was a planned departure, you've got to pay attention. And that is what. Oh, yeah, I'm sorry, 1164. Yeah, did I say 10? Yeah, 1164. All right, what did I say was some support? I thought it was way down here on 989. 949 is a low. 949 is a low on the monthly chart. Not saying it's going to get there, but well done, blue collar. Yeah, you called it. You called it right. The GME pushing it. Almost got. I mean, it's amazing. I'm actually surprised that they didn't somehow push it through 200 before it fell. I mean, it got within, what did I say, 59 cents? Yeah, 59 cents. You guys were in the room yesterday. You heard me saying that it wouldn't surprise me if it got up to 200. Okay, RKLB. I don't know, Zach, if you shorted that one. That came from your scan, 818. It's not hasn't moved that much. Well, typically, okay, first of all, halts are not easy, all right? They're not easy at all. So, number one, that's the first thing. The second thing is usually the first halt is good. In other words, usually after the first halt, a stock can pop. Usually. Second time of a halt, not as, and the third time usually is the doom. But what we've noticed over the last, I don't know, 2 or 3 years, stocks being halted, the first halt is usually pretty good. But they're not, listen, they're not easy. Yes, I mean, let's see. I mean, can it take out 11? Well, I'm on a monthly chart, so I'm looking at a monthly chart. You know, I'm looking at a monthly chart for NEO. This is way back in 2018. I'm actually looking to cover some here, guys. You know, I'm always wary that it won't stock won't take out that whole number. No way to customize. If we don't have the data, we don't have the data. So you cannot customize it, Jeff. Okay. I mean, that's, you know, we had to make a decision a long time ago. Well, I wasn't involved with the company then, but, you know, when I get into my spiel, which is really close actually, 10, 12 right now, no programming language to learn. So we tried to create enough alerts and filters that for the majority of people, you know, they could combine them, as opposed to making people learn some kind of a programming language to use our product. So there will be times like what you said, you know, if you're looking for a different time period or whatever, well, we don't have it. Oh man, Neil, what do you think is going to be my trade of the day? What makes this trade great? I mean, again, guys, I don't have too many that show up in the 10-day daily breakdown, but boy, when they show up, sometimes they're just catastrophic. TH obviously was not. But you've got to look at the news, okay? You've got to look at the news. I don't even know if TH had news. Let me just see if TH had any news. See, there was no news on it. Not that I could see. So yeah, it was a 10-day daily breakdown, but you know, you've got to analyze the situation. Okay, guys, so as promised, covered most of my NEO, okay? Always wary that something is not going to be able to take out that whole number. So what did it got right down to that 11? So I've covered most of the NEO. Now, if it takes out 11 again, or 11, I may reshort it. You're asking me why I covered it? Because I have a phobia, okay? I have a phobia about stocks trying to get through a whole number. Whether it's right or wrong, I just, you know, I will not, I'll probably never change. I know Real thinks I'm crazy, but I have a phobia. It could be done dumping. I mean, that's a big pop. But you know, I'm leaving it alone. I mean, they're all doing the same thing though. When I say they all doing the same thing, look at HYMC. These are definitely, they're all trading in tandem right now. HYMC, take a look at that bottoming tail right there. Wow, got all the way down to 216. GME, big bottoming tail. Listen, guys, these are not stocks that typically I'm interested in. They're entertainment value, obviously. GME, I mean, you can't, hard not to talk about it when it goes from 77 to 200 in what, 1.5 weeks. But you know, you're on your own on these sort of ones, in my opinion. You either believe or you don't. And with these high flyers, I mean, look at the ALLG guys. I mean, how to predict something like this is going to happen is basically gone negative. I mean, after the huge flurry up to $28, and this is not like a crazy, I always thought it was a lower float than that, but Zach tells me that was the float for the last little while. But, you know, this is really, really whippy, obviously. So another one of these things where you cannot take a trade like this and then wander away even for 5 minutes. Even for 5 minutes. I mean, I still have some of the Neo left, you know, but I covered most of it. But hey, listen, if it crashes to 11 and gets close to 10 again, or not again, but today, it'll be good. IGMS. 2131. You're right, Vicky. I missed that one completely. I haven't looked at my VWAP crosses at all. I mean, you try to figure the rhyme or reason for something like this, for this doing what it's doing. ALLG. I mean, popping up to 28. And then, you know, getting back down to basically dropping $10. Neo is still struggling at that 11 level. The only point is to try to make money. So Nielsen is actually, okay, I wouldn't, this is a buyout. In case you don't know, this is a buyout. Nielsen shares jumps as accepts takeover offer. So this is your news. $28 a share, so that is the news. All right, here's another one showing up, but it's pretty cheap. BHIL, another one showing up in the 10-day daily breakdown. To me, it's got like some support not that far away, so it's not interesting to me. PIK, P-I-K. Yeah, you're right. It is still active. That's actually, as we speak anyway, a red bar ignored on the daily chart. Trigger would have been about 525. The high is 6. Again, this is this Disney stock. or the deal with Disney. That's what got it rolling back here on the 17th. Very choppy since then, though. Very, very choppy since then. But low float. You know, if the memers got a hold of this one, look out, because, I mean, there is news. Very low float. All right, guys, it is now time for, drum roll, the TI spiel. So first of all, if you're new to the room, welcome to the room. This is the format, Monday to Friday between 8 a.m. and 3:30 p.m. Eastern Time, sharing my screen and live on the mic. Ooh, I forgot to tell you guys this. We have a promo code. I am very surprised. I'm going to have to type it into our YouTube room. We have a promo code right now for 25% off. I thought that was going to be it. I didn't think we'd have 25% off anymore. I'm going to type it into our YouTube room. It's Spring Break 25. The reason I didn't think we'd have 25% off anymore is because we reduced our prices for our annual pretty dramatically for annual and for our premium and standard. So I didn't think we'd have 25% off anymore. But anyway, this is a almost like a pop-up promo code. So let me put my homepage in. I'm going to show you where it is. It actually, it's not on my homepage. So I'm going to have to type the code in. Okay, guys, I'm going to put it in both. Okay, so Spring Break, all in caps, 25 for 25% off, okay? So I'm going to put my homepage link in. Again, you're going to see another promo code there. Obviously, use the Spring Break 25. All right, so when you click on my homepage, so again, obviously, this is not the promo code to use. Use Spring Break 25. You'll get 25% off. So the premium is $2,000 minus that 25%. Standard is $1,000 minus that 25%. So that's a heck of a deal. However, and again, the difference between premium and standard is the AI, which I got to admit has been really, doing nothing over the last week, plus 2 days this week, doing really nothing. But this is what I would do. Do not take out an annual subscription. Start off with a monthly. You have to know you're going to like this product to take out an annual subscription, okay? Because the terms and conditions of a refund are not great. So make sure you want the product. But here's the deal. $118, $228, you can apply that 25% discount to the first month only. If you do maintain a monthly subscription, this is what you'll pay going forward. But here's the kicker. If you do decide that you want to upgrade to an annual and you do it within 30 days, then we'll honor that 25%. So that's the reason there's no reason to start off with an annual. Make sure you want the product, okay? Can't emphasize that more. Now, if you do have our product, here we go, there it is, right there. So, if you do have our product, or you're just getting started, or you're just thinking about looking at it, or you literally just subscribed recently, and you haven't looked at this, take a look at this. Let's get started, all right? Spend the 30 minutes it takes to go through this. Here we all are, okay? But download and installation, episode 1. Episode 2, first startup and login. Okay, so this is, I think, invaluable. Spend the 30 minutes to get customized to using trade ideas. Yeah, that I don't know. Okay, you can. I don't get involved in accounting at all. Okay, so you can contact somebody at info@trade-ideas.com and see what they might do. But I don't get involved in it at all. I'm trying to pass the buck, but that's the truth. Okay. So you can just say exactly what you said to me. We're usually pretty good, but don't quote me on that. All right, there are 3 free sections. So the trade of the week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. I do a stock of the day video at noon. And again, all the education is here. Okay, so after you've done that getting started, you can take a look at the user guide. The user guide is all segmented. So if you want to dive into obviously a lot more about what the alert windows are, the top list windows, you want to take a look at our stock racing. Okay, it's all here. Full table of contents, click on that. Here are the table of contents, and everything is searchable. Daily support session. So I do have word that Michael will be around. They're expecting a child anytime now. Cat's out of the bag. So sort of not sure where they are at that, but it's assuming he can show up at noon Eastern. He will be in our YouTube room, okay, when I take my break at noon. Now, Michael is an expert at using B+, and creating his own strategies, back testing them, etc. Okay. And as always, between 3:30 and 4:30, Monday to Friday, Chris Varley does take over in our YouTube room. I shut the main room down at 3:30. So if you haven't had enough of talking about trade ideas and trading, again, Chris is there Monday to Friday between 3:30 and 4:30 Eastern time, of course. Daily webinars. So there is not one today. There is one tomorrow. We're on the Monday, Wednesday rotation this week. Next week it's Tuesday, Thursday, but you can sign up for them all right here. Michael Noss put this together. If you're new to trading, please take a look at this. It starts off with what is a stock? Okay. And last, my scans. Here are my scans that I am sharing. All right. You can take a look at these scans. Obviously, you have to be a subscriber to Trade Ideas, but these are the scans that I am sharing. Give me a moment. All right, well, there's a lull in the action for me, not getting too many new alerts coming in. I'm just pausing to see if there's anything happening that I want to get involved in. Not really. So, first of all, again, if you're new, what is Trade Ideas? We are a scanner. So we scan the U.S. stock market. It doesn't matter where you live in the world, doesn't matter who your broker is, you can use Trade Ideas. So, I mentioned that I'm sharing a lot of scans, and we're sharing a lot of scans here also. If you click on from our toolbar, you click on New and then Docked Channel Bar. These are all theme-based channels, okay? Very popular one is the Momentum Channel. You click on the Momentum Channel. All I'm really trying to show you here, though, is if you liked one of the scans that we've got, all you have to do is save it to the cloud. You move on to another channel. If you liked another scan that we've got, look at Mavis here. This was, I think this was wasn't this a meme stock at one point? But anyway, if you like this scan, you just save it to the cloud. You move on to another channel. If you see something else you like, save it to the cloud, all right? So all I'm trying to show you is that you can go through the different channels and you can start extracting scans that you like, save them to the cloud. When you do that, then you can start bringing them back from the cloud, file, load from cloud. If you save them, you'll see them. Okay, just highlight, load, highlight, load. And in that way, you can create your own layout without actually having to build a scan from scratch if you don't want to. Okay? And as always, you can adjust the scans. I mean, if you look at mine, you may not like the price range I have, as an example, okay? You can always adjust anything. But, you know, to get you started, you know, I'm sharing my scans and tons of scans in our channel bar. All right, just keeping an eye on Neo to see if it can take out that 11. It's still kind of flirting around that area. I have a little bit left. Depends on the time frame, but let's take a look at GME. Depends on the time frame. I don't see a red bar ignored. I'm just looking here. Not in the 5, not in the 15. Not really. 15? No. No, not at all. Okay, well, I'll try to find one. What was that one on the daily chart I was just talking about? Remember, it doesn't matter the time frame. I just mentioned one. Well, I'm sure I can find another one. Just let me see if I can I'm just looking at some of my thumbnail charts. Can't believe it. Okay, this is an example. I mean, all a red bar ignored or a green bar ignored is something like this. This is not perfect, in fact, and it may not turn out to be one. Okay, but look at KWeb right here. Okay, you see that red candle? Now you see the green bar right there, totally engulfed by the previous red candle. If this candle remains red and moves down below the low here, that would be an example of a green bar ignored. Okay, basically it doesn't matter whether it's like a red bar ignored would just be, imagine if you had a green candle and then the next candle is red, totally engulfed by that previous green candle, and then the next candle after that is green. Okay, I just can't find an example of one. Okay, it's all about the previous candle. If the current candle, or to be a red bar or a green bar ignored, the previous candle has to engulf it, and then the next candle after that, the third candle, has to move, you know, against the direction of either if it's a green bar or a red bar ignored. I can't believe I can't find one. Doesn't matter the time frame. But GME is definitely not. The whole idea of this is just, you know, it's a pause in the trend. Just think of it like that. You see, GME, it's almost, I see what you're looking at here, you see? But let me just bring this up a little bit bigger, okay? Get a big chart here. So I do see what, I mean, it was close, very close. All right, so you see this red candle here. And I mean, this is awful because of the bottom tail. But if that green candle here had been totally engulfed by that previous red one, So instead of, having the body and the topping tail, if it had been totally engulfed by this one, and then that candle was moved down here below the low of that green candle, that would have been, a green bar ignored. In other words, you've got a trend. I mean, a classic one. I mean, it looks kind of like it, doesn't it? I do see why you might have thought that, but the strict definition of it would mean that has to be engulfed by that previous candle, and then that candle, red, moving down below the low of that, the low of the green candle. Okay. So it is close. It is close, but it's not the classical definition of it. All right, guys, where am I in my spiel? So first of all, I'm just going to go over a little bit. I mean, the AI has been really doing nothing for the last week and a half. So, I'm not going to try to build it up. I mean, it's really done nothing over the last week and a half. So this is, there might be other alerts, but they're not profitable. But this is what it looks like. Okay, you have an entry, you have a stop, and then how you manage it will be up to you. If you have our premium service, you just click on New, click on AI/Holly Strategy Trades window. When you do that, this window will pop up. And how we're trying to sort this is on any profitable trades. So if you take this off, you can see there's only one profitable trade right now. Now, this is not good for those of you who want to auto trade the AI. If you want to auto trade the AI, I can't help you. Okay? We don't agree with it. We don't think it's the way to go. But if if you want to auto trade it, I just don't think it's going to work. If we at Trade Ideas thought it would work, we'd all be doing it. Right now, all I do is use the AI like a watch list. All right, guys, so next on the list is this window you see here called Brokerage Plus. That's what we call it anyway. It's called Brokerage Plus. I'm just getting my link together. All right, so there is a link called Brokerage Plus. So if you click on that link, you're going to see there are two videos. There's a short video. If you have an Interactive Brokers account or an E-Trade account, you can use this window to trade from within Trade Ideas, okay? You have to be using our app. If you're using our web-based version, it is not available. The second video goes into a lot more detail about how to use it. And again, Michael Noss will be in our YouTube room at noon when I take my break. So that's a little less than an hour and a half from now. And you can ask him all sorts of questions about using Brokerage Plus, backtesting strategies, and things like that. Things I don't do. Again, the second video goes into a lot more detail. Now, the other huge reason for using Brokerage Plus is as a simulator, paper trader. And I say it every day, but I cannot emphasize more. Please practice trading before you commit money to the market, all right? Our simulator uses our real-time data. So it doesn't matter who your broker is. In fact, you don't even need a broker because it's using our real-time data. So if you're still undecided about who your broker is going to be, but you do want to practice trading, all you need is our standard service, okay? And then you can practice trading using our real-time data. And it's very simple. When you start off, I'll disconnect because I just want to show you what you see when you start. See, it'll say not connected. All you have to do is just click on SIM, and then it'll say select account. Click on that, and then click simulated trading default. Okay? Now you're in simulation mode. And again, super simple. You just click on an alert. The symbol shows up. Pick how many shares you want. The price you want to get in at. If you're going long, you buy. If you're going to short, you sell. I'll do a couple of simulated trades. Very close, yes. Yes, Senna, on the SPY, yes. I was actually watching that. I mean, the green bar is totally engulfed. What has to happen, though, that red bar has to move all the way down to below the low of that green candle. Okay? That's what has to happen. Not necessarily. I mean, not necessarily. You know, I mean, listen. Even if this move down below, it's a potential. I mean, look what it's doing. It's a potential. You know, there's nothing hard. There's nothing written in stone that if you get a green bar ignored, say on the SPY, and that candle is red afterwards, moving down below it, that it's going to continue down. You know what the idea then is to kind of watch it then. Or not necessarily just a SPY, of course, but any other stock. You start watching it then and seeing what it does. There's no hard and fast rule that absolutely it's going to then continue. Okay, guys, here's what's happening. Please, 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 please start taking these things off topic, okay? I'm going to start deleting things. Don't get upset if I delete your post. You know, I'm just trying to get things that should be out of the stocks only. Stocks only is just stocks only. Very few rules in the room. But that's why we have a stocks only tab, okay? So I'll start deleting posts that are there that are not stocks only. Yeah, I've got Clover thumbnailed. I didn't see that MJ was moving in the pre-market, but yeah, look at Clover here, guys. Huge volume. 21 million, so it's traded the float now. Huge volume. But what is MJ doing? I mean, it's not really doing much. I mean, it's just hanging around. So it's certainly not like the sector is on fire, but certainly Clover is. Up 24%. So yeah, so this is trying to trading on its own in terms of the sector. Now the next high looking left, is $3. When is this? Is it a vote or just a motion? Like when is this supposed to happen in the States regarding the potential legalization of cannabis? Is the House vote is today? Okay. I mean, we're pretty sure it's not going to pass, but so there was the whole number at work, guys. I'm completely out of the neo now, but look, I mean, it is amazing. I mean, it got down to 11, literally got down to that whole number, 11, and it just stopped. No other reason. I mean, there's no not that there was underneath, there was, if you look at a daily or a weekly or monthly chart, it's not like there was a whole bunch of trading at 1090, that would have been a support area. Just that psychological nonsense about a whole number. And I've been thinking like that for years and years and years, and I will not be swayed. All right, let's take a look at some of the other cannabis stocks. Maybe they'll start to TLRY. Of course, completely and utterly news-driven. Rumor, okay? So, but definitely the clover is the one. Just that float. QS. I had an alert set for this QS. This is the one, the rumor doing some kind of a deal with Porsche, supplying them with batteries, I think. That was yesterday. I know, I say clover. Somebody's correcting me. I know it's not clover. I know it's cleaver. When I see CLVR, I just say clover. That's all. I mean, I know it's not. Speaking of which, showing up on your, not shortable for me, but this is definitely still got some room. 311 for the CLVR. Fat Boy, or Fat Brands just got halted. FATBB just got halted. Haven't seen this one for a while. Remember, a few months ago when this did the crazy, got up to 30. Yeah, I did not take this short from the 10-day daily breakdown because the BHIL, I just thought there might be too much support right around the level 330 level. So it didn't have enough room for me. It may listen, it may just keep going down, but it just didn't look good enough. So just because I get an alert, even though it's probably my favorite, my favorite scan in that, if it hits, if one hits, it really hits. But it doesn't, but it doesn't mean I just pile into the trade just because it's in my favorite scan. Here's an interesting one, maybe. EH. So somebody was talking yesterday about that red line. So that red line is looking at the next high, looking left on the daily chart. Now, based on what I'm seeing with GME, this wouldn't surprise me if it starts to move higher, because we've got a huge bottoming tail, of course, huge bottoming tail. So sellers knocked it down to 162. Then we've got this action here. We had another bottoming tail there. Sellers tried again, but the buyers look like they could be in control. If it took out, if it took out 178 to 180, wouldn't surprise me if this would move higher for a while anyway. All right, guys, there's not much happening right now for me in terms of new alerts, which is fine. How's that RATA doing? Oh, RATA actually dropped. Okay. Boy, this RATA was interesting. This is why it was on the watch list, guys. So 2 days ago, I guess that's Friday, had the huge day, okay? And this was an all-time high. Yesterday, it just kind of rested. So I put it on the watch list because I thought, well, what if it takes out, that high on Friday? Obviously, it didn't do it. But that's why it was on the watch list. I noticed it's actually now on the watch list on the way down, though. Was it shortable? It is shortable for me. Too late for me now. But that was my reasoning for putting it on the watch list. All right, you're talking about meds. I know meds was an earnings play, but it dropped. Okay, wow, look how choppy that is. Very, very choppy, guys. Look at the 15-minute chart. You try to, usually the higher time frames, don't have necessarily as many topping tails and bottoming tails. But the trend is up. Definitely the trend is up. Look at the bottom here. So we're making higher lows on the 15-minute. All right, maybe we'll start taking a look at some of these crosses here. HIBS. No, I don't want to look at that one. CWeb. What's CWeb doing? Yeah, so we're sort of in an area right now. I mean, the SPY is a little bit undetermined. All right, I want to demonstrate how you can do something, maybe taking a trade on a pullback, okay? Let's say you wanted to take this CLVR. You just click on, where is it? All right, so I clicked on, there's a symbol right there, but you want to take it if it pulls back to say 225, okay? I mean, I'm just showing you the mechanics of how you can do something like this, okay? So what you do is you pick how many shares you want to trade. Let's do 500 shares. You put 225 in both the price and the stop. Okay, click the buy button and you will see a blue line will appear on the chart. You will see a blue line appearing. Oh, there we go. Okay, so you see the blue line. It says 225. Right there, it says down here, 500 shares. Okay, so that's what it's saying. And it's telling you how much money that would be. So if CLVR pulls back to 225, it'll take the trade. Okay, that's how you can practice pullback trades. Obviously, if you thought, you know what, if it can break above a certain level, I'd like to take the trade, you would just put the two prices above the current price, click the buy button, and then you'd see a blue line above the current price, okay? So that's how you can practice, I guess, what we'll call conditional orders. You know, if the price hits this, if the price hits a certain price, I want to take the trade. Or if the stock hits a certain price, I want to take the trade. Now, at any point, you can get rid of it. For instance, you know, maybe at some point you look and, you know, you're thinking something's great going to happen with the industry. All of a sudden, it starts to drop, and you think, wow, something's up. I don't want to take the trade. You just go to the orders, you right-click, and you cancel. Okay? Again, all in the simulator. Yeah, GME, I mean, it kind of looks poised. It looks like it, I mean, you know, it looks poised. But the volume has certainly dwindled. I mean, this was stunning right here. That volume yesterday for GME, starting at 215, just kept moving higher. And that was the highest volume bar of the day. The last volume bar at 345 for GME. I mean, you can see, look at them all, and then look at that one. And just kept getting, like, you just see the ramping up of enthusiasm. All right, guys, so, well, maybe it's a perfect area for a short. I don't know. I mean, look at this 5-minute chart now. I mean, this looks like it's getting ready to ramp up for a while anyway. How old can until your kid can drive himself? Or how long? Okay, just a minute, please. Oops, you're right. Sorry about that. If you're talking swing, thank you, Pepe. If you're talking swing trading, I can't help you. Okay? I mean, you might want to look at, I don't know, the 8 EMA on a daily chart. I know real on the 5-minute. He'll stay in a trade, I believe, on the 5-minute once he's in a trade, as long as it doesn't break down through the 8 EMA. Shoot, I can't remember how long I've been on mute. Well, what I was going to demonstrate here is what's going on here. I don't know if I really helped you, Pete. But I know PJ swings. I mean, he's probably way better to ask that sort of a question. So let's just say you wanted to take HYMC, okay? I'm going to take 500 shares. I'm going to buy at the market, okay? Because there's only a 1-cent spread, so buying at the market is fine. So when you get into a trade, you should have a stop. In other words, where are you going to get out if the trade doesn't work? One of the things is that, believe it or not, you should be looking for all sorts of reasons not to take a trade. Okay, not to take a trade. So you should have some kind of a checklist. Unless you can check every single box, don't take the trade. Be selective, okay? Be discerning. Treat it like it's a fine wine, okay? Don't take the trade unless you can check every box. Now, for me, most of my boxes are checked. You know what? I might have a problem with my mouse here. If it needs to be charged. Okay. Most of the boxes are checked. By that I mean I don't ever have to worry about seeing something outside of the price range that I like, outside of the minimum volume that I want, outside of the minimum relative volume that I want, because in my filter, in my scans that I put together, all those things are covered. So I don't ever have to worry about that. So, my thing is, of course, when I get an alert, looking left, how much room does it have on a daily, weekly, and monthly chart? That's just the way I trade. Okay, so let's just say that everything was checked. It looked like a great trade. Okay, you want to get into it. But even though you've been able to check every box, look at IGMS, yes. Even though you've been able to check every box, does not mean the trade's going to work. So you should have an out. Where are you going to get out if it doesn't work? So what I show you in the here in the simulator, I'm going to put a stop. What did I get in at? 258. I'm going to put a stop at 238. I'm going to explain why I'm doing that. Okay, you're going to see a red line on the chart, and it's going to see approximately minus 100 when it appears. Okay, 97.50. So again, that's the second aspect, though. If you have a $5,000 account, you shouldn't be risking $1,000 a trade. So in the simulator, I'm risking $100 a trade. Now, how did that happen that it says minus 97.50? I mean, it's approximately 100. That's because I put my stop. My entry was 258. My stop is at 238, 20 cents away. If I divide 20 cents into $100, that's why I took 500 shares. Remember, I'm using this as a kind of a demo. Okay, to show you some money management techniques. Because I don't take the same number of shares every trade. I vary the shares size based on how much I'm willing to risk on the trade. And my risk per trade is about the same every single trade. In other words, I'm not risking $100 one trade, $1,000 the next, $500 the next, $50 the next. I try to keep my risk amount the same. I mean, within reason. I mean, I'm not going to get hung up on $10 either side. Okay? And so that is what's going to share size me, because it's always going to be based on the difference between my entry and my stop. So if you're listening to all this, you say, okay, I kind of get it. That makes sense. But how do I know where to put a stop? So I'm kind of a visual person, okay? I try to size things up on a chart where I think there's some support, no less than a 5-minute chart usually. Typically maybe a 15 though. And so that if it broke down through that level, I want to be out of the trade. If you're starting out though, this is what I would do to make it really simple. This is what Real would recommend too, I think, is that if you can check every box, you get into the trade, put the stop at the low of the previous 5-minute candle. That's a defined number. Obviously we know what the low of the previous 5-minute candle is. So that can be, practice it. Practice. So if you use the low of the previous 5-minute candle, you know when you're getting into it. You know what that low is. Subtract the 2, divide into whatever you're willing to risk, and that'll share size you. So there are things. Yeah, you got to do some things on the fly, but the more you practice, the more you'll get better doing it on the fly. I appreciate that, Pope. Okay. So that's number one. Number two, almost as important, is obeying your stop. Listen, it's easy to obey your stop in a simulator. I get stopped out. Oh, well, it's play money. I didn't really lose anything. Okay, so it's really easy to obey your stop in a simulator. When you start trading with real money, all of a sudden, all the discipline, the emotions that you're able to control in a simulator, they may go flying out the window. Here's what can happen. You get into that trade, especially if you just start out. You get into the trade, everything was checked. In fact, more than everything was checked. Stock doesn't have to have great news for me to take a trade. All right, I'm looking at other things. If it happens to have great news, it's a plus. okay? Or bad news, great news on the downside. I mean, look at the NEO, okay? That was a short. But let's just say you get into a trade and it looks fantastic and it starts not working for you. Now you start to self-doubt. The self-doubt comes in. Did I put my stop too close? You know, I know that it was the low of the previous 5-minute candle, but you know what? This is too good a trade. It's too good a setup. Too good of everything. I must be wrong. So you don't obey your stop. Okay, so that $100 loss starts turning into $200, $300, $400, $500 before you finally give up and sell. And you kick yourself. You know, why did I not obey my stop? That's number one. Number two, almost as bad. You don't obey your stop. You're down $200, $300, $400, and all of a sudden it does turn around, and now you're up $200, $300, $400, and you pat yourself on the back for not obeying your stop. It's almost as bad because you get a false sense of security. Who cares about stops? All I can say is that, you know, I've been trading for a number of years. I always obey my stop. Will this happen, that not obeying your stop and something turns around? Of course it will happen. But I'm just saying, if you want to last in this business, if you're trying to make it, you know, either, even if it's, I don't want to call it a hobby, but just, you know, additional income for you. You have another job and you want to last, you know, having money management techniques and discipline is going to go a long way to help you, you know, become a successful trader. And that's it. You know, now practice. Now you can practice swing trading also, because if I don't get out of this trade right here, if I don't exit this trade at the end of the day, then this will become a swing trade. So you can practice swing trading using the simulator. Now, unfortunately, well, I'm going to say it like this first. If you can't make money in the simulator, you know, do not try to trade your account, okay? I'm just going to flat out tell you that you cannot make money in a simulator. You have no hope of making money trading live, okay? Unfortunately, even if you can make money in a simulator, it doesn't necessarily translate to making money when you do chart trading live. Again, for all the reasons, you know, the emotions, the discipline, you know, it's really hard when you see your real money, your P&L jumping up and down. Give me a moment here. I wonder if my mouse is dying on me here. Okay, I just switched the mouse out. I'm going to recharge my mouse. It's been a few months, I think, so just give me a moment here. Okay, yeah, I think that was it. Now, the other aspect, of course, is, okay, great. You get into a trade and it starts working. So this is what I would do. You notice I've got the max P&L, I've got the total P&L, and I've got the distance from the exit price. These columns, okay? This is going to show you how well are you managing the trade, okay? Because there's one aspect is, of course, buying it starts working. When do you start taking profit? You know, you don't want to have something turn into a loss. Okay, when you're very positive in the trade. So this can kind of help. I'm going to get out of this trade right now, okay? I'm going to show you why. So to get out of a trade, I just highlight it. These are hotkeys. I can flatten, I can get out a half, or I could double my position. I could, of course, go down here and pick how many shares, but this is just a way in which, you know, I can quickly get out of a trade. I'm going to flatten the trade. It's going to take me out of the trade. Okay, so it took me out of the trade. It took me out of the trade at 268. It says, now this is wrong. Okay, I know what's happening. It's doubling this. Yeah, we got this little bug going. Shoot, it's happening again. This won't happen if you're with your live account. But what you should see here is something that's very close to this 57. Why is this happening again? Because what I was trying to show you is, let's just say this was real, okay? And it was $102 or even higher, $200. And when you exited, you only made 57. Or worse, it was negative. You know, you obviously wouldn't want that to happen, okay? Give me a moment. Now my Bluetooth is... Gremlins today, just give me a moment. Back. So if this had been the real total P&L, okay, again, I apologize. There's this little, it seems to want to double when I get out of the position. But anyway, if that said $500 and when you got out of the trade, you were only up 557, obviously that wasn't, you didn't manage to trade very well. The other thing to keep an eye on is the distance from the exit price. Again, if you got into a trade and you exited, what you'd love to see is for a big negative number. That would mean that where you got out, it's way below the price you got out, which of course is what we're always striving for, right? So these are two good columns to keep an eye on, okay? The total P&L versus what you actually made, and the distance from the exit price. I am live, Ija. Holy smokes, no kidding, IGMS. Give me a moment here. I'm sorry, guys. Some of the emails we get. Just as a very general statement, I find that some of the emails that we get, and of course I'm not going to name anybody, and if you're in the room, you're probably not in this room, but I think that people really try to overcomplicate trading. That's my feeling. You know, they've got to have this, I don't know. I mean, some of the questions we get, it has to be able to do this, and this. If you, for instance, you know, when I was talking about having a checklist, well, you cannot have a checklist that's 100, 100 things have to be checked. You'll never take a trade. Okay, I'm exaggerating a little bit, but, you know, some people are just looking for the most, I think, crazy indicators, which sometimes we do have them, sometimes we don't. Anyway, off my soapbox. All right, guys, I don't know what you meant by that trigger finger. I'm just going to get rid of anything that I see in stocks only that is not stocks only. Sorry, Dak, you're gone too, not Zach. Okay? Do not put anything in here unless it is absolutely specifically stock related, like a specific stock. Okay? Anything else is off topic. Oh, Senna, I have no idea on GME. I mean, it's a meme stock, okay? I have. That's okay, trigger finger. It's okay. It's just that I get complaints from a lot of people saying, why aren't you more diligent and making sure people are only putting stocks in the stocks only? So don't get upset if I delete a post. Listen, Senna. It's a meme stock. It could go anywhere. I have no idea. No special insight to this whatsoever. If the memers got a hold of it again, who knows where it could go. I have no opinion though. I really don't. My opinion is I wish I didn't have to talk about it, to be honest. But I think it's nonsensical that it's doing what it's doing, but it's doing it. Ooh, okay. Keep an eye on meds. That somebody was saying earlier. The only issue I've got with meds is that the after hours high was 326. Look left. What do we see? Yeah, I mean we've got some resistance right around that. What's the high here? 315, 318, 320. You see, we got some resistance on the daily chart, not that far away. If it can take all that out. And it's an earnings play, so I mean that is the reason for the move. It might have a shot. And it's a very, very low float. I mean 3.3 million in the float is, crazy low. Speaking of meds, wow, meds, what did it pop up to? Wow, 340 odd. So again, guys, this is a low float situation, okay? So you've got to be really careful. It looks really good right here, but you've got to be careful. A low float situation. Volume came in. Look at the volume that came in. Look at the volume here in the 2, the 15. The 15 is still got 7 minutes to close. So this is a big volume jump right now. And again, if you look left on the monthly, 335. So I mean, we still got that little area. Man, I mean, if it can clear that, then you've got 436. 335 is pretty critical. I mean, it's up 38% already. So what was your question, Trigger Finger? Did you have a question? You said asking for a friend. I'm not sure I saw the question. Just one moment, please. Probably no more than 5. Senna? you know, to. All right, definitely watching this meds to see if it can recover and get back over this area, because I mean that 338. What did it get up to? 347, and what did I say? 338, 335. If it can get back over 335, you know, then you look at that monthly chart. Yeah, 367 also on the weekly. I mean, I wish all this were in here. See how it's kind of all stepped down? I wish it were a clear shot. You know what, guys? Neo is really recovering well. I mean, obviously, I'm not in it anymore. This could turn into a long now. What's the high right there? 1274. Nice move here. Nice move here. Long now, you know, longer it holds over 12. So definitely a bounce play here. Oh my. All right, guys. Rudy, my man who updates all my everything on my homepage, he tells me that let me just see here. He tells me that the Spring Break 25 code is in there now. There it is, Spring Break 25. Okay, so there is, guys, I did not think we'd ever have a 25% off. Well, ever's a long time, but I didn't think we'd have another 25% off. The reason being is that, you know, we dropped our annual prices quite a bit for the premium and standard, so I thought we'd probably only go 20, but this is almost like a pop-up, okay, a pop-up promo. Spring Break 25 for 25% off the first month only or the entire year. So again, if you're new to trading or thinking about it, take the monthly, okay? Try us out for a month. Get 25% off. If you don't like it, you know, just unsubscribe. Just tell us you don't want it anymore. That's all. No 4-hour charts, no. Well, Mez did not. Well, I'm still going to hold out to see if it takes out this 338 again. Okay, that was I mean, it got to it, and that's the high looking left on that monthly chart, and see if it does it again later on. All the volume came in, but it just could not sustain the price move. All right, guys, sorry about that. We're having a spirited internal discussion here. All right, guys, 11:31, and I have confirmation that Michael will be in our YouTube room at noon. That was ugly in the meds, I have to say. That was very ugly. That looked pretty promising. Even on the, I was watching it on the pullback. I thought, okay, maybe it'll hold at 330 mark and start to move from there. That was pretty promising for a while. But that's why, with that sort of a float, 3.3 million in the float, that's why you cannot, if you had said, you know what, this looks really good, I'm going to take this trade right here, go downstairs, make some coffee, come back in 5-10 minutes, and, look what would have happened. And that is because of the float, guys, okay? Again, if you're new to trading, just a quick explanation of what the float is all about. Float, 3.3 million shares in the float. Now, for me, that is that's a very, very low number. For me, anything less than 20 million would be what I would classify as a low float. But again, it all depends on what you normally trade. If you trade Facebook all the time, with 2.3 billion in the float, then you would think maybe 100 million would be very low. So it really depends on, what you're used to trading. For me, anything less than 20 million is what I consider a low float. And the float is just the amount, if you take the shares outstanding and you start subtracting what, insiders own, etc., mutual funds, the CEO, etc., that's when you get the float. The float then is the available number of shares that can be traded on a daily basis, okay? So 3 million is very low. So that is the supply of stock. When you get high demand, which is 12 million, you can see it's traded the float over about 4 times. Just divide 3.3 into 12.7, okay? And so that's what we call the float turnover. So it is traded the float several times. High demand. Why? Well, okay, they released some earnings yesterday after the market closed. The market has reacted well. That's why a stock can be up. Well, at one point, I guess it was up about 40% when it was up at 350. You're not going to find, something with a huge, huge float, usually with big percentage moves. Just because, unless they have, when Facebook got hit, a few weeks ago, yeah, Facebook had a huge drop, which was stunning. You don't see moves like this, for something with 2.3 billion in the float. A stock that was 330 one day and then down to 237 the next day. Highly, highly unusual, okay? But the reverse is true. When all of a sudden the buying dries up, okay, the buying dries up, look how the buying is starting to dry up on the meds, that's when, there's nobody to sell to. And so you've got to keep reducing your price. You want to get out quickly, and you have to keep reducing. So yes, it's wonderful on the way up, but it can be devastating on the way down. So low float situations are not for everybody. They look fantastic when they work, but it can just destroy your account when they don't. So that's why, though, you cannot wander away from your computer if you do take a trade like this. All right. Okay, give me a moment. Man, oh man, I mean, on the weekly chart, the next high is 35.68. I mean, it could take that out. What did it get to? It got to 35.98. So it actually took out that high right there. So, if this takes out 36, I mean, believe it or not, it could still run because when you look left, 50 is the next high on the weekly chart. I'm not saying it's going to, listen, if it takes this out, 36 out, I'm not saying it's going to get there, but there's nothing stopping it in terms of chart resistance. Hey guys, I'll be right back. Guys, I'm back. All right, now this HYMC actually is kind of trading on its own a little bit because I'm watching GME and I'm watching AMC, and they are not moving higher, but HYMC is trying to put a little move in here. So I still have an alert, I think, at just over, actually 286, but I really don't need that one. It's the 3 level. See if it takes out 3 again later on. You too, David. Look at Neo, guys. I didn't take it, but mentioning this looks like it's on the rebound here. I did not take this one. Remember, I mean, I see a lot of things that happen. I throw them out. A lot of different trading styles in the room. A lot of different types of traders. If I say something that makes sense to you, you can follow it a little more closely than I can. I'm doing a lot of different things. So. Yeah, I put that the noise canceling on again. I'm wondering, we couldn't get to work in our YouTube room. I mean, you're asking me to pay $5 a month to do this? The noise canceling? Let me ask Pepe, are you in the YouTube room again? Can you hear me? See if that noise, do I sound any different? Because that's the only thing that's stopping me, is because it didn't seem to work in the in our YouTube room. No difference in YouTube. Okay, I've actually contacted them, and you know what, Pepe, this is really something I don't know if I can ask you to do. This. Oh, I'll ask, but you don't have to. They asked me to send a 15-second clip of what it sounds like in YouTube, and of course I don't have a way of. I guess maybe there is a way I can record. I'm not sure. All right, if you don't mind, then yeah, great, thank you. That'll help me, and then I can send it to them. And then they can hear what's happening, and I'll do some. Tell you what, tell me when you're going to do it, okay? Because what I want to do is I want to thump on my desk a little bit. Okay, tell me when you're going to do it, and then I'll thump on my desk a bit to see if that. Okay. I appreciate this, Pepe. So just let me know when you start. All right, guys, I'm just looking at some of my HYMC is definitely, looking better than the other two right now in terms of a meme stock. I want to get meds here. I want to see meds if it takes out 3 again. I'm going to put an alert around 313 for meds, see if it takes it out later on. Really, HYMC was just mentioned on the Yahoo Live news show. Okay, well that'll pop it a bit, obviously. Yeah, we can do it after lunch. Absolutely. I just need any sort of a clip. Yes, absolutely. Thanks. Just let me know. And I'll thump on my. So you guys can't hear in YouTube. You can hear me, right? But I'm thumping on my desk right now. You guys can't hear that in the main room. Wow, that's amazing. That really works then. That really works. Okay. All right. All right, guys, it's getting close. 11:49. So Michael will be here in about 10 minutes into the YouTube room when I take my break. Boy, I mean, keep an eye. I mean, this IGMS, I don't think it's done. I mean, well, I can say one thing. I don't think it's not going to stay here all day long. I mean, it may drop, it may get a rug pull, but boy, I mean, if it takes out this 35, that 36 level again, all I'm doing is, I mean, just look at that daily chart. Look then what it could do. It's going to be really interesting tomorrow to see if this maintains. Well, it'll be interesting to see if it maintains today. Now, the critical part right here are these topping tails on the 15-minute chart. The buyers had it up to certain levels, and sellers knocked it down 3 times. Not a huge knock. IGMS has HSI. HSI. Oh, high short interest. Okay. My free minutes expired. And so I think my voice has gone back to what it was before about half an hour ago. I thought I had 90 minutes a day. I guess it's 90 minutes total for the month. Yeah, high short interest. You're absolutely right. High short float. Low float, high short float interest, news, all conspire to have something like this happen. Oh, you'll hear the desk now. You'll hear it now. The noise canceling disappeared, so you should hear it now. All right, guys, 11:52. So what I'm going to do right now is put the YouTube link in, so you guys can head over there and talk to Michael for an hour if you want. He'll be there between 12 and 1. It's Michael Noss at Trade Ideas. A lot of you know him. KTOS. Well, volume coming in. This is a defense stock, of course. Getting, how close is it? Well, it's about a little less than $1 away from the 200-day moving average. $95 million. You're right. This is the headline right there that Zach is referring to. Well, I hope the rug doesn't get pulled too quickly here because I am trying. This is going to be my video for the day. Just a minute, please. All right, guys, I'm just waiting for Michael to show up. It's about 3 minutes from now. All right, guys, what I'm going to do is just put the announcement in. Again, I'm just following some internal discussions that we're having, an internal discussion thread, so that's why I'm a little distracted. On a break, back around 12:55. Okay, again, I'm just waiting for Michael to show up. Just looking at some thumbnail charts to see if anything is kind of interesting happening. I don't see. I see Clover has CLVR has taken a bit of a hit down. ISPO, yeah, Inspirato Incorporated, yeah, big move here. Big move here. Have to back this daily chart out. The reason it's exponential. That's why you can hardly see what's really happening. Of course, this was that crazy one from a few days ago on the on the 17th of February. So about a month ago, well, actually more than a month ago now, got up to 100. Oh, it is shortable for me too. Not that I'm going my break now, but I'm surprised it's shortable. 27,000 shares available at Interactive Brokers. You got to be careful where you do it though. You never know what it could do. Again, we have a float of 350,000. Now that is insanely low. Even if it's not exactly 350, because you're at the mercy of some data providers. Okay, Michael, clear your head.
All right, everyone, just getting everything set up here, making sure all that's working correctly. And then if I hit that button, the stream should change over here in a second. All right, we're good to go. So again, if you guys are new here, we take an hour each day. We give Barry some much needed time off, and we open up the room to questions. So my name is Michael Noss. I'm a chartered market technician and a quantitative trader. I do some consulting with trade ideas. We could go through and basically I go through and I do a lot of the math around here, a lot of the numbers, that kind of boring stuff. But I've been using trade ideas since 2006, so I'll be able to help out with whatever question you need. As always, the more questions, the better. So ask away. So I've got my chat open here and everything ready to go. Really haven't had much time to take a look at the market today. It's been a busy day doing other stuff. I know the IWM was about to break out, spies up a bit, then gapping down. This line right here is very interesting. On choppy days, do you trade? I believe you mentioned you're more of a swing trader. Yeah, so that's one of the benefits about being a swing trader is I don't really care about the day-to-day chop and action. I don't get caught up as much in that kind of individual noise as it could be a choppy day, it could be a volatile day. It doesn't really matter as much for me. Again, I am mostly a swing trader. I have some day trading algorithms that I use to kind of trade the market. Those I just turn on regardless, assuming there's no giant news event or anything like that. I turn these on anyway. But yeah, for swing trading, the intraday moves don't really affect me that much. It has more to do with the kind of overall trends of the individual stocks and the markets that I look at is kind of what I focus on. So whether it's a choppy day or not, but it's just the same as anything else. If there's a super active day out there, then it's one of those things that it may take longer for a stock to get to my target or something like that. This is mainly the thing that you'll get from more active days as opposed to less active days and things like that. Right, so really it doesn't affect me kind of one way or the other. So another question: what do you think the advantage is the high-low bars versus candlestick? There's really none. They both a candlestick and I'll put something down here just to let's switch this over and let's make this a daily chart and then let's just change that to some candlesticks. Let's make it so they're a little bit better color than that. That's a bit gross. Let's do that. But so here is the same chart, top and bottom, one with the bars and one with candlesticks. Long story short, it doesn't matter. They both display the exact same information, right? They display the high, low, open, close. It's again, they're the same things. What's going on at the top chart is the same thing that's going on at the bottom chart. There's no difference there at all. The main difference is that I like it clean. You guys notice that I don't have any indicators on the chart that I use up here, right? There's no, I don't overdraw my charts. I'll have like horizontal lines and areas that I think are big areas of support and resistance. I keep it very simple. I've mentioned this before. I have a philosophy that the price kind of tells you everything and you can shut out everything else. So that's the reason that I do the black high, low, open, close bar. It's just, again, the simplicity of them is what I'm after, right? Just something nice and basic, nice and easy, right? But it's to each your own, right? It's a very personal thing. But they display the same information, so it's whether or not you're interested. If it's a for me, it doesn't really matter as much as if it's a green day or a red day or anything like that. It just matters more what's the pattern, where's the support and resistance nearby, what's the trend, things like that. So I just don't need all of the different, the different colors and all that. So again, just a preference thing. TI strength stocks, do you buy every Monday or wait for the entry prices mentioned in the report? So the algorithm is testing now and has been testing for about a year and a half of waiting for the entry price, and that seems to perform a little bit better, but we obviously can't tell you what to do, and hopefully whatever you're doing is part of your own written and tested trading plan. But for simplicity, when we went back 5 years, you have to come up with like really simple rules, right? When you're going back and you're testing something that complex 5 years, it already took months to put all that together. It would have taken ages and ages and ages longer if we had gotten really precise with entry and exit. So, but for about a year, we've been looking at what happens if you just wait until it breaks the prior day's high, which is in most case the entry point. And that seems to perform much better, because then if you have times where the market just opens up and just sells, you're sitting in cash, right? And that's a better way to do it. So but again, everything has to be based on your own plan. You're going to have a different goal and a different risk tolerance and all this kind of stuff. So to make sure you're doing what makes the most sense for you, don't just blindly copy something. It's just not the way to do it long term, right? So the comparison on the SPY for the last few years is based on entry price. So if you basically, yeah, the last since mid 2020 was based on entry price, but I've tested both, and they're not really that different, either side of things. You're talking a few points here and there, but the thing I like about the entry points is it puts common sense. There's a lot of people who just want to blindly like smash their head on a table and just follow what gets posted, and that's not going to be ideal, right? If you say, entry on market open on Monday, but the market's gapping up like 10% and the stocks are gapping up 20%, you wouldn't just blindly follow that. That wouldn't make any sense. So to be able to say, okay, it has to kind of break through that entry point, helps with newer traders who don't kind of have that nuance yet. But again, you need to go through and make sure that it's based off your own written and tested trading plan, or you're going to have a bad time in the market. Do I still like FSR? I haven't looked at it today. Yeah, I actually may have got triggered some in my brokerage plus. Thing I like about this is pretty sizable short float, but it's got a very tight area here, so you know exactly where you're wrong, right? If it kind of breaks under this zone, or worst case, it breaks under this zone, and it's gonna move from those, right? So it's just one of those things that the thing I want more than anything when it comes to my trades is I just want to know where I'm wrong, right? I've had a great experience with, I've traveled the world and I've talked to a lot of the most successful traders out there. And I've done a lot of cool things, going to different conferences and talking to great traders. And I've read countless trading books, and I've been trading myself for 15 years now. And the two things that always strike me, and I'm sure others have heard this rant before, is one, every trader has a trading plan. This kind of goes to your question to Idris as well, or Iris. Everyone has their own trading plan, and you have to write your own trading plan. There's not just like a list of trading plans. It's one of those things that you always need to keep in mind. The market is a self-correcting mechanism. So if everybody does this and this works for a period of time, then that will just get worked out of the market. And I always use an example of, let's just take a very generic indicator like the MACD, right? It's MACD, it's been here ever. The theory is when the MACD crosses, you buy, and when it crosses down, you sell, right? That's the idea behind it. But so if that gets out there and everybody starts doing it, then people are going to say, okay, I know the MACD looks like it's going to cross tomorrow because it's a lagging indicator, like all indicators are lagging. So I'm going to buy the day before. So that means that everybody who's buying the MACD crossover is now buying later, right? And then people are going to go the day before that, the day before that, the day before that, right? And it just gets worked out. And then what might happen is other firms will come along and they'll say, I'm going to buy it. I thought of a better example. This is probably an easier example to think of. And the main example to think of this is arbitrage trading. So I'm going to get this indicator out of here. So when we talk about arbitrage trading, we mean that, for example, BlackBerry is a Canadian company, right? It's traded on the Canadian exchanges. It's from my good old land of Canada. So it's going to be traded on, we'll just call this the US exchange, just going to draw some lines, and this the Canadian exchange. So the difference between these two prices should only be the difference between the Canadian and the US dollar. Other than that, they should be the same. And they usually are. So then the question is why? If they start to diverge, there's people out there watching that will buy one and short the other. And that's called arbitrage, essentially free money. And what happens is more and more people get more and more aggressive to let it move less and less and less because they know it's free money until eventually they don't move at all. Right? There's no money to be had here unless you're, an HFT firm that pays nothing in commissions and you're hooked right up to the exchange, right? It's this, everything gets, the market is efficient in this way. So when it comes to things like trading plans you need to make sure that it's your own and it's something that you built and it's something that you keep to yourself. Just because if everyone out there does the same thing, then by doing the same thing, it will no longer work. And I hope that makes sense. That's one thing I've always noticed is they all have their own trading plans and they all look at something a little bit different. So the issue is that because they all have their own trading styles, it means there's millions of different ways to trade the market, which was something it took my head a while to go through. And if you want examples of this, one that I recommend is The Market Wizards. This is a great book. He interviews all these different traders, and they all trade completely different, and they're all like really, really successful traders. So then if there's a million different ways to trade, the question and the problem is, which one do you pick, right? That's why another reason why you have to do it yourself and it has to be personalized is because, someone like Barry who like hyper scalps low float stuff, I've tried, I'm just not very good at, so I don't do it anymore. someone may trade that way and they may actually enjoy it and they may be really good at it. So they should trade that way. And then the other thing that I've noticed from all these people is they all only have, 50 to 60% win rates over the length of their trading career, right? Not one of them, these really successful guys that I've talked a lot to and myself, will claim to be right, 70, 80, 90% of the time forever, right? You'll have streaks where you're on fire and you'll have streaks where you're doing bad. So then that creates another problem. You say, okay, well, if everyone's right half the time, give or take, then what's the real differentiator? And for me, it's always risk management. So that's where I think that rant started about why I like FSR so much, is because if you're right on this and the short float takes effect and this thing really moves, that's very interesting, right? But if you're wrong, you know right where you're out. And that's what I always focus on, is risk versus reward. I want to risk like $1 to make, $2, $3, $4, $5. And that's the main thing I care about, because I know over the life of my career, 60% win rate, I'd be super happy, and the rest is all risk management. For me, that was a big turning point as well, right? So that's I guess a good rant to get us started as well. Do I post my trades? Not often. I do a lot of stuff on Twitter. Right, you can follow me on Twitter. So I'll just put Michael Noss CMT. That's my Twitter, and then if you click on the Stats Edge Trading thing that came through, that's my YouTube, and I do a lot of stuff on YouTube, and I post a lot of stuff on Twitter. You can't copy, but it's good to review someone else's process if you're a newer trader. Yeah, for sure. Just make sure you know the difference between reviewing someone's process and copying their trades, right? That's a different thing. So I am all about process. Again, just going down, once you have a trading plan built, you have to have a process to make sure. And that's where Trade Ideas really shines. A lot of people think that like a scan is a thing that's gonna make the money. But a scan is a way, after you have developed your trading plan and what you want to do, then a scan is a great way to implement that into a process, right? So for me, my process is generally each night when the market closes or when it's about to close, I scan through a couple hundred charts. I go through all of the major indices to try to get a feel of where the market's going, whether there's resistance close or support close, things like that. Then I go through a couple scans that I lay out that are part of my trading plan. I use a lot of TI Strength, and I use a lot of the Bull Flag Scanner and the Market Explorer. And then I look for things within that industry that are doing well, and then I place those orders to get traded the next day, and that's my process. And I just repeat that over and over again. During the day, I'm working on new algorithms. I'm doing stuff like this, consulting with Trade Ideas, all of that. But yeah, very important that you get that part of your process taken care of. So this is right. This is what I do every day. Right? Which again, as someone who, when I was struggling as a newer trader, you're like so schizo-brained, right? You're like, the example I usually like to give is watching children play soccer. Right? Everyone's just chasing the ball. There's no plan, there's no system. It's the ball's over here, everyone runs to it, right? And it's the same I find with newer traders, where they go, okay, this is the thing moving today. I need to really focus on that. Or, how do I find a scan to find this stock that really moved today? And I need to chase this, as opposed to saying, what's my plan? What's my process? And again, this took me a long time to get over the fact that I have to be, to understand that I'm going to miss a huge amount of trades every single day. And that's just kind of the way life works. And I just need to kind of stick with what I do, kind of thing. Unusual options activity on NNDM. The thing that I can never wrap my head around, it's a nice looking chart. Be careful that you got earnings in a few days. That might be what they're doing there. We got no short float data on this at all. So there may not be any squeezes coming, but it's interesting. It's got what, like resistance here at $4. Maybe if we can get over that $4, it'd be interesting. But the thing that I always, every time someone talks about, oh, someone bought a huge amount of options here, that's a big deal. But I always look at it and I say, well, that also means that somebody sold a huge amount of options here. And we know, like one statistic that just carries on throughout trading forever is that like 80+% of all options expire worthless. So every time they're like, hey, someone bought a whole bunch of options on, Apple, that it's going to go up. I should buy Apple because that means it's going to go up. In my head, I'm always thinking, well, that means somebody else sold a whole bunch of Apple options on Apple, betting that it's not going to go up. And they're usually right. They're 80% correct. So I don't know. Again, I'm a very minimalist, I guess, trader would be the way to put it, is just show me the chart. Let me find stuff in good uptrends. Let me find a way to participate in those uptrends. Right? Let me keep my risk reward going and then go from there. Did I miss anything? No. I could see FSR consolidating a bit, then breaking out. Was looking for a good consolidation scan to keep on watch. Well, a good consolidation scan, I would say, is in the Market Explorer under server window. We actually have a bull flag scanner. And, I'm biased on this because I made it, so I was able to make it the way I want. I really like this scanner because every ticker in here, and there can be, 100 a day, plus you're just going to get a big, strong push up and then some consolidation. And, I hate to use the term easy, but the easiest way to trade I have found in my career is look for stuff that's already going up, look for it to take a pullback or some type of a rest, and then try to trade it in the direction of the trend. Right? So this gold stock, nice strong push up here, and then it's been consolidating sideways for a while. So if you're interested in gold names, and this was one that you liked, just try to take in the direction of the trend. And again, we know that trends persist in markets longer than they should if the market was random. Right? And it's not, it's not going to be the most exciting way to play. It's not like you're trying to, pick the bottom on Peloton. And if you do it, you're a hero. And if not, you're just getting murdered. Wow, it's $20. This thing was like $150 at some point. Yeah, over that, 160. Is that Bull Flag 3.0? Yeah, I keep forgetting that this name comes in here. It's just called, when you right click on it and you do server window, we need to clean up the interface on this. It's just called Bull Flag right here. It's just called Bull Flag 3.0 here because when I save the cloud links on my end, I'm just constantly making iterations. I just want to make sure that if that iteration is not good, I can go back. So this just means it was the kind of the third shot I took. And this, again, one of the main things I do each night is I go through this entire list. And there's a lot here, but, it doesn't take that long. And again, you'll always find, right, some strong push up, some sort of consolidation there, and then we go from there, right? Found it easy. Thanks. I'll look over. Yeah, no problem. So to your question of if you need help building a scan, obviously try yourself, right? Just like anything in life, the more you struggle with something, the when you figure it out, you'll have learned better than if somebody just hands you the thing, right? But if you're struggling, and you want to email in, and it's info@trade-ideas.com. We're always there to answer your question. The easiest thing to do is to come in with a handful of charts that meet your criteria, right? Not just one, but if you could do like a few, that makes our life a little bit easier, where you can go through and say, right, here are these 3 names, and here is where I would like to be alerted, and this is what I'm looking for in them. Like, how I talked about, this one has a this one, for example, right? So if I was trying to find more names like this, I would just describe this as, right, a strong stock pulling up and then some consolidation, right? And the reason I'm leaving this up, I'm trying to figure out sale of electronic components. So I'm actually going to add this one to a list here. Excuse me 1 second. But I am a trader, so if I see something that looks good, I have to take a second and mark it up. Yeah, I like the look of this one. I like that it's above this recent zone right here. So if it can get going, it seems like it's a fairly boring stock, but if you've been paying attention for any length of time this year, you'll know it's the boring stocks that are the ones that are paying us. Right? Like WWE, I'm in from the trade of the week a few weeks back, and this thing's just a monster. And it's just such a boring, I think it was the trade of the week in here somewhere. I can't really remember. I think, yeah, it's probably right here. But yeah, just simple trade, great name, breaking out to new all-time highs. I'm actually going to tweet that. Do a little Twitter there. It's interesting. I was on this Twitter Spaces, which is if anyone don't know, it's just like a live podcast. And they were basically just talking about how WWE they think is a good play off of NFTs. And it's interesting. Again, I don't really get the whole NFT thing myself when it comes to profile pictures and things like that, but I keep saying every time I stream that I've got to give more guts to this this virtual machine. I keep forgetting to do it. Sorry for asking all the questions. That bullfight. Again, don't be sorry for asking the questions. This is a whole hour for your guys' questions, and if no one asked questions, I'd just be sitting here in silence, and that would be awkward as hell. So we appreciate questions. They help the time go by, right? But what was the actual... that bull flag scanner may help with the scan I'm looking at. Cool. So that's kind of the hope of that's the hope of the man, I should have had a coffee before I got on. The Market Explorer. So the Market Explorer basically is this new tool that I have that I can go through and I can, we can do a lot more with it. But the issue with doing a lot more with it is that it's not something that we can let users customize, because A, it's really, really user unfriendly, and B, it takes a lot of processing power in the back end. Because I basically building all of the, if there's indicators associated with it, I'm building those from the ground up, and it's getting built every time the scan refreshes. It's a bit technical, but it's like, you can do, like, if there's a scale of like user friendly to, how hard it is on the server. This one is like really hard on the server and not very user friendly. But the normal TI is the other way around, where it's really user friendly and not really hard on the server, but it's just you're going to lack some customization. So the idea is that we're going to build just tons and tons and tons and tons of scans in this. And although the users can't really customize them, for most people that will be fine, because they'll be like, I want a bull flag scanner, and go, here you go. And eventually these will all trickle down to all time frames as well. And I want a scanner does this, and you can go through that one as well. All kinds of things that we can take care of. So it's really cool. A lot of cool stuff we can do, but again, it's the downside is it kind of lacks customization. Play. I didn't. I don't really like to play around earnings, just my thing. But man, that is a solid move. Dave and Buster's. Oh, that's such a good looking chart. Right, from a longer term point of view, you just have this kind of big rounded bottom. And then I like a breakout on earnings because, again, I don't read the earnings. I'm not a fundamental guy, but you don't need to be. Whatever they said was a good thing. So that's a good looking play. I may put that on a list and watch for a pullback or something. So, all right, for WWE, how would I decide to exit? So, again, that's going to be exits. I think are always the hardest part of the game, because you're never right on exits, right? You're always just trying to be less wrong when it comes to different exits. So, I'm a sell in part person, and I know mathematically that's not ideal. However, it helps with sanity, I find. So, for example, I'm in from the trade of the week around here. I already took a chunk off when we couldn't. There was 2 days here that we couldn't break through this prior high back here. So I already took, and I usually do it in thirds. So I took a third off. Now, so if we run a little bit and it looks like we're stalling out on this push, then I'll probably take another third. And then, yeah, you mentioned like an EMA or something. I'm not a big moving average guy, but the only time I would use moving averages would be for something like that. So you mentioned the 10 EMA. I do think there's some advantage. Now, you got to pick one that's good on your time frame. But I do think it would make sense to say, if this thing, as long as it stays or doesn't close above XYZ moving average, you stick in, and then when it breaks below this moving average, you get out. The only reason that I think that there's a benefit there is because a lot of traders, most traders, myself included, you have a hard time holding something that's, a huge winner. So just by slapping a moving average on and like coming up with a rule, it gives that upside potential, but then it also caps your downside risk. The question will always then be, what moving average? And the answer will be, right, there is no magic in indicators, so there is no magic moving average. It's going to be more about going, okay, I'm a long-term guy, so I want to put on a long-term moving average, right? If I'm a position trader or a long-term trader, I'm going to put on a long-term moving average. And if I'm a short-term trader, I'm going to put on a short-term moving average, right? So I got no problem with that. For me, I sell in parts on the way up, and then I'll trail the rest. Sometimes I'll use a moving average. Sometimes I'll just use price action, things like that. It's going to depend on the chart, and it depends on the strategy in which I've got a series of trading plans for all the different trades I take, and which one comes from there. But it's one of those, I could be convinced if someone just said, hey, I just put out a profit target of like 3 times my risk, I could be persuaded to think that's just as equally as good of an idea as well, right? Is there a way to work around a scan for stock hitting a lower dev channel, standard deviation channel? No, we don't have the standard deviation channel built in, but I would look at the Bollinger Bands, because a standard deviation channel and the Bollinger Bands 9 times out of 10 are going to be really, really close. You just got so a standard deviation channel is 2 standard deviations across the linear regression of the stock, and a Bollinger Band is 2 standard deviations around a 20-period moving average of the stock. So it's going to be pretty close, right? I've done a lot of actually comparison to this in a strategy that I was working on that was using standard deviation channels, and I've done a lot of math and everything, and they were pretty close to the Bollinger Bands. How do you find a stock that's moving on strong relative volume and strong auction activity? One place I would go for that right away, and then see if you want to modify these as well, is we actually have an options channel right here. It's near the bottom of the channel bar, which is called Unusual Options. If you click on that guy, and that opens up at some point. Again, I got to just give some more juice to this. This isn't TI's problem, it's mine. I run everything I'm on a Mac, right? So I run everything through virtual machines and virtual private networks and things, or virtual private servers and things like that. So again, every time I come on, I say, because this works fine until I start streaming, and then the streaming takes up some of my CPU in this one. But this channel is essentially just looking for stocks that are doing unusual options activity. So, this DICE, for example, is 3 times relative volume. Where's the options? So that's right here. Just do an arrow. It's like right there. And then, come on, it's probably hitting me right in the face. Do we not have? That can't be right. It's in the channel bar right here. It's probably the best way to look at it, but I just figured we'd have it here too. Might talk to them about that. But yeah, it's doing like, it's at 1,000,000% normal options activity. Oh, but yeah, so this one just never trades much in options. So SRC might be easy to look at. So this one's doing a massive increase in option activity. And same with this one over here, but this one's just focused on calls. So it needs a pretty low put-call ratio, right? So for example, space, right? It's doing relative volume, you can see right here, of 1.4. So that's really not crazy for space, for relative volume. However, there's a lot of options going through space, and then this put-call ratio is pretty low. And just, for people who don't know, put-call ratio is just the amount of puts it's trading divided by the amount of calls it's trading. So if the put-call ratio is really, really low, like it is in QS, is a good example here, 0.08. That means most of the options that are trading today are trading at 300% normal volume on options. But most of those that are trading today are calls. Right? Not too many people trading puts, a lot of people trading calls. That's a really good place to go. And then this scan over here, here's your play, Mike, just came through. This one will just kind of scroll as things go on, where it's, as things are going, this one will just kind of pop through. So play, right, is doing 9 times normal volume, and it's got 7 times the amount of normal options. And again, this will it's kind of slow right now, but the market's kind of slow. But sometimes this thing will really light up with different things going on. So I would start here. And then as always, if there's something that you like from here, you can right click on any scan and you can say duplicate into, so you can make it a free floating window, or if you have another doc, you can just push it into your own doc and then modify it as you feel fit. And maybe that's just me and I'm lazy, but I like to, grab grab something that's mostly done and modified as opposed to build it to myself, right? I have the same problem, need more juice. I have a separate computer for TI. Yeah, I'm using the M1 Max, or the M1 Mac Mini right now. I may upgrade to a Pro, and it's really, everything runs perfectly fine until I start streaming, which I do for trade ideas, and then I also do for my own channel periodically. So it might be worthwhile for me to hit an upgrade, but holy moly, are those computers expensive. For options, I get confused with the scan because it seems like they're an equal amount of call and puts. Yeah, and then that's the put call ratio. So adding the put call ratio is very interesting. And for me, I'm not, so this one here is sorted by the amount of contracts traded. I'm not really as interested in that. So I would probably sort by this one, because what I want to know is not the amount of contracts traded, because like Apple is going to trade a shit ton of options every day. Just every day, Apple's going to trade a whole bunch of options. It's like the most active equity out there. So I'm not interested when that happens. What I'm interested in is, when is it abnormal, right? When is there more options coming through than normal? So like Robinhood, for example. Right, what a junky stock this has been. A little bit of a rocket up there today. I think they announced that they were going to increase trading hours or something, which would be interesting. But yeah, you can see with Robinhood that there's not very many puts going on, but a lot of calls. And then there's a lot of, about 4 times the amount of options today. So it's an interesting way just to say, hey, there's something going on here. Now, for me, just a quick, the only time I get really interested, and it's rare, is when there's a lot of options, but there's not a lot of stock trading. And the reason it's rare is because there's a lot of offsetting, right? If I buy a bunch of calls to a market maker, that market maker is selling the calls, and then they're usually going to offset that as quickly as they can with stock, right? Because market makers, they just want to be neutral, and they want to make money on the time decay, right? Most market makers aren't making directional bets on one side or the other. It's just not the game they play, right? They're playing for pennies, and they're just trying to make that market on both sides. So they're usually hedging themselves really, really frequently throughout the day. So generally speaking, if you see a lot of options traded, you'll also see a lot of stocks traded. So if you don't see that, then that's something unusual. And for me, when it comes to trading, I just want to find things that are unusual. That's really where I'm focused. Do I still think First Solar wasn't me? I think it's already run though. Yeah. So was that the trade of the week for Solar? Someone help me here. I can't remember. Scrolling back. It's TI strength, so it's above that. Yeah, First Solar. So that was the trade of the week. So Steve does that. So that wasn't my trade, but You missed it, I think, on that one. It was what the trigger was, what, $80. You're at 84 now, so you're what, 5% up. Again, if that meets your trading plan, buying something like that, go ahead. I'm just not one that I can buy something that's kind of 5% up like that. To clarify, you're saying that the lower Bollinger Band is close to the lower standard deviation. Yeah. So, very, very close in most cases, right? Because again, they're both two standard deviations around an average. The average is just calculated differently, where a standard deviation channel is based off linear regression and a Bollinger Band's off 20-day moving average. But again, close in most scenarios. And then, yes, to your other question, where you're 100% right, and you would simply just go through and look at the lower Bollinger Band would be 0. So if you want something under the lower Bollinger Band, in that position in Bollinger Band or position in Bollinger Bands, you'd make the max, a very low number or 0, right? That's how you'd run that. Thanks for pointing out the put call ratio. I'm not really an options trader, but I'm interested in learning it. Oh, no problem. Yeah, options, are the thing that I always say for people who are learning. They're like, I want to get into options, which is something I'm dipping my feet into more and more. It's just two things. First, understand that most options expire worthless. 80+% of options expire worthless. Right? It's just time immemorium. Right? Most options expire worthless. So just know that. Doesn't mean you can't buy options, but just know that most of the time that option will expire worthless. And then the other thing to note is that options aren't really, I see a lot of people using options as an excuse for not picking direction, and you can't, it's kind of one and the same. So, you still need to be good at picking the direction of the stock in some way, shape, or form. Options are just sometimes a better way to express those. For me, what I'm doing is, as my account's growing and I'm getting more and more where to sustain myself, I would need a lower and lower return. I get more interested in selling option theta, right? It's like if you just dumped 10 million on my desk right now and said, you have to trade this, I would probably trade it in some sort of theta type thing, which basically just means I would sell way more options than I bought, and I would collect the premium on that, and doing that on different indices and stocks. But again, you still have to pick direction, unfortunately. I didn't get DNA, but it was also a suggestion. Yeah, DNA is taking off. So what I'm showing you guys now, and this should be out relatively soon, I would hope, is a channel that we're calling the Trader's Eye, where we're basically just taking a bunch of the different swing traders within Trade Ideas, and each night everyone's just putting up a bunch of names that they're interested in, and it just pops into this channel. So you get kind of, hey, look at these. So right here's the WWE. I put this one in here, and I put it in Bros, and FSR I didn't put in, but it's just because I forgot. So someone else put that in because they liked it. Right, and car I put in as well. I like this kind of bull flag look in car. So it's going to be an interesting channel. So my hope is to have that in by next week. We just need to get the graphic designer to make the little thumbnail for it, and then we need to just push it out into the channel bar. So, and you can see DNA. That's why I started thinking about it, because you mentioned DNA. That was on there as well as just if it broke this kind of 3-day consolidation. But problem is it gapped, and that's never fun. Bill says, thank you. No problem at all. That's what we're here for. Again, questions all day, every day. So I'm here for another, 8 minutes or so before Barry comes along and kicks me off. So make sure you ask any questions you have. And don't worry if you miss anything. Every day, someone will be here more than likely. You're going to have Chris, I think, Monday and Tuesday for the next few weeks. But then I'll be back after that. But there's a few a few different traders that are going to come. So tomorrow you'll have someone else, and the next day you'll have someone else. And the cool thing about that, the thing I really like, is that we all look at the market a little differently, which is the way we go. How do yields impact the market? The easiest way to look at yields and interest, and I think they both kind of hit in the same time, is that if a bond is paying me, to use an extreme that I wish would happen. If a bond was paying me 10% on my money, right? I'm making a 10% return with insanely low risk. Then a company then needs to yield me that much on my money, plus more, because bonds are paid out via obligation, and dividends are paid out not via obligation. They don't have to. And then if there's any kind of a default, the bond payers get paid way faster than the equity payers and things like this. So equities inherently carry more risk. So the higher bonds go, or the higher yields go, the more likely it is that I can find safer, easier money out there. So, if I can make 10% return a year and a company comes to me and says, yeah, we're going to be big, like something like Peloton, for example. It's just I don't mean to pick on it all the time, but it's just the perfect example of this. Peloton's an iPad strapped to a bicycle, and they never made any money. The promise was that they would make money way in the future. Well, if rates are zero and inflation is low, then I'm okay with saying I'm willing to pay money now for a return in the future. If rates are high and inflation's high, well, I want my money now. And this is kind of why we've seen as rates are increasing and as inflation is increasing, we've seen ARK and all of its components getting obliterated. Just absolutely shellacked. And then we've seen old Warren Buffett at Berkshire. We've seen him just rocketing, right? So those two charts are kind of completely inverted. So that's the easiest way to think of it, is that there's a saying in investing where it's just called TINA, right? There is no alternative. And that's kind of was when Zoom was going up every day and Peloton was going up every day, and all these growth names that weren't making any money, and they're probably not going to for 10, 15 years, were going up every day. It's because where else do I put my money? And I can't put my money in, and money's cheap, money's free. I can borrow at near zero. I can borrow money, and I can put it on some speculative investments that may take 10 years to pay off. But in the meantime, I just borrowed that money and I'm paying next to none in interest. As rates go up, then the cost of money increases, and alternatives are also more interesting. That's a really dumbed down version. There's probably like some macroeconomist like pulling his hair out, but I think that's a simple way to think about it. If rates start to come back down, then maybe you'll see growth stocks start to pick up, and you'll see value come in as well. But until then, I've been saying it for years now, since 2021. Boring is what's paying right now. So I'm going to continue with boring until it's the thing that's not paying me. I liked it better when you could buy stuff like Peloton, have it double in a month, but we're just not there right now. So you're either chasing that stuff on the way down and hoping you're not getting steamrolled, or you've switched over to the more value side of the market. Do I have sweet spots for symbols I trade, like dollar amounts? No. So I personally don't care about the dollar amount of the stock. And the reason is that a percentage return is a percentage return is a percentage return, right? If I buy a $10 stock and it goes to 11, I've made 10%. And if I buy a $100 stock and it goes to 110, I've made 10%. So I look at everything in percentages. What is the percentage of my account I'm going to risk on this trade? Where is that on the chart? And that's it. And same with, so, right, for example, car, right, if you just move the decimal places 2 places over and you thought that this was a great trade and it could go from $2.60 to $4, well, that's fine. Same way it could go from, $200 to 400. Right? Anyone says, well, expensive stocks can't move, blah, blah, blah. Just show them GME. Tell them they're wrong. Right? This thing's was up about 50% in 2 weeks. It did this insanity. And then it's rolling over today. So is AMC. It's rolling over a bit today. And HYMC was rolling over a bit today. Right? So these things are just... The price of the stock won't affect volatility as much as the market cap of the stock is a good way to put it, I think. Do you have an EMA to assist deciding to stay in a swing trade or exit? That's gonna all depend on your time frame, right? And again, I always quote things in extremes because I always find it simplest to talk about things in extremes. So, for example, if you were holding your stocks for years, you may use a 200-day moving average. And if you were holding your stock for days, like 2 days, you may use a 5-period moving average. So what I think more than anything is you have to pick your own time frame and then pick a moving average for that. So if you're planning on holding stocks for a month, maybe a 20-period moving average would make sense. If you're planning on holding stocks for a week or two, maybe a 10-period moving average would make sense. So that's the thing, is there's no, it's just because again, a moving average, whether it's an EMA or an SMA or whatever, is just the amount you take all of the prices, the closing prices, and you divide them by the number of the moving average. So a 10-period moving average is just you take the 10 closing prices of the last 10 days and you divide them by 10. Difference is in EMA is it puts a little bit more weight to the more recent price actions. So it's going to adapt a little bit faster, but that's it. So, whatever your time frame is. And then when I say day, you could replace that with like period length or candle length. It's one of those things that if you're an intraday trader and you're trading off the 5-minute chart, well, are you planning on holding for 3 5-minute periods? Then use a shorter term one. If you want to hold for a whole day, then maybe use a longer term one. So I'm getting kicked out by you guys, so I'll message Barry. See if he's good to go. CY, Pierre. Interesting look. Interesting little bull flag. Just saw this on a Twitter post. So while we're waiting for Barry to start, maybe look at Cyber over. So, all right, guys. Again, if there's any issue with the changeover, just spam the refresh button, and someone will get back to you very shortly. It's a good time hanging out, and I'll talk to you guys soon.
Yeah, I'm starting to get some lag here. Something's going on. Something is going on. I am in, Michael. I am in. Okay, guys. I think you guys can hear me in YouTube. So just kind of looking at how did that ISPO that probably turned into an awesome short. Actually, would have been a tough. Well, you would have got. Let's see, where was that first alert? 8:35 and 9:01. So yeah, you would have really had to pick your spots for that ISPO short. Nope, not back. No, 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 no. It would have to, you know what? It would, believe it or not, it would have to get it back up in the 25, 26 level. Okay? Believe it or not. I think I had an alert set up here. Not interested in trying to figure out if it's going to bounce a certain amount here. Well, guys, things I'm looking at some of my thumbnail charts. I'm looking at some of the things that are coming through my scan. Nothing terribly interesting for me. I'm not going to force it. Fubo. Take a look at Fubo. Yeah, it's sort of breaking out. Boy, I see a lot of, let's see, resistance right there. 824. So over 8 and up to 824. And then right here at around 867. I mean, if I guess if I can break through all of that, then you've got something going. You know, I saw this in the pre-market. It was very erratic. This OCUP, I think it had some, yeah. You know, when you read the headline first, it was positive top-line data. I think it was even phase 3. But then I saw, and I was all set to say, okay, guys, this is a gap up. And then it did this, and it gapped up again a little bit, and then it did this. And since the market opened, it has basically been falling. I didn't really think much of it though because I thought there'd be too much support around that 330 mark. So, I mean, it may keep falling from 350 down to here, but I thought there was just too much support there. So, not interesting to me. So Dave is on the move here. It's had a great day, actually. Great day. What do we see when we look left? 836 is the next high looking left for Dave. So a little bit of a pullback, and it's not a low float. A little over a quarter of a billion in the float. All right, take a look at play. Play is an earnings play today, I believe. Yeah, getting some kind of a lag going here, guys. I don't know what's going on here. I just do a little account reset, see if that's got anything to do with it. XPEV, okay, so XPEV crash investigation. Spontaneously catches on fire. Well, that's not good. Hasn't affected it yet. Well, guys, this is turning, for me anyway, into a bit of a snooze fest after the excitement in the first hour. At least for me, the excitement in the first hour. Definitely turning into a bit of a snooze fest. SPY is starting to drift down somewhat. Man, I should have looked at this short for the Rata. Man. Pepe, unfortunately, I can't do it because I'm on this free version. I guess I get 90 minutes a day, and it ran out. I didn't realize it. I would have stopped it, but I guess I was on for 90 minutes. I didn't think I was. So we'll try it tomorrow, okay? I mean, I'm pretty sure I'm going to get it, but I just want to make sure. If it doesn't work on YouTube, I'm not sure what we can do. So. Why not, eh, Zach? Well, the only trade well, there are a couple. I should have, I mean, this Rata is awesome on a short. Awesome. I mean, there's the alert at 1505, 1388 now. You know what? I mean, this still has some room. Let's take a look left on that monthly chart. 1340, 1340, not the monthly, but the daily chart. 1345 is the next. I mean, if I could take that out though, wow. I mean, it's got some room still. I just wish I, had have really paid a little more attention to it right here. Yeah, Neo was the other one that I wish I had paid more attention to. I know I mentioned this on, they break over 11, sorry, over 12. Boy, I mean, this market for me right now, it's emblematic of sort of what GME is doing. I mean, look at this. I mean, for a stock that is so wild, or has been wild over the last few days, just absolutely doing nothing. And that's what I'm seeing the market doing for me anyway. Yeah, CL, after a 2-bar pullback on the 15-minute chart, CLVR, two bar pullback, getting close to that high yesterday. Actually, it's still far enough away. It's about $1 away. I'm sorry, it is not. 308 is the high of yesterday. XPR, Metaverse Chatter, sure, why not? Women's clothing store, Metaverse Chatter. Well, okay, I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. Yeah, I got to start paying attention now to your top scan, Zach. Yeah, it is sideways, definitely. Okay, guys, Clover, CLVR just took out three. Not in it, but just took out three. Took out the high of yesterday now, or it's at the high of yesterday, 308. Keep an eye on it as it accelerates through that high, and then the next challenge would be, of course, 4. What's MJ doing? Is MJ rallying? You guys said today was the day they meet. I mean, it's up 3%, but so is there a real, honest to goodness vote today regarding cannabis in your country? And that's in your Senate, right? Are the votes being counted and they're Oh, House of Reps. Okay, so it has a shot of passing that. It's the Senate that's the issue. All right, guys. Azul breaking down underneath 16 right now. And somebody said oil is coming back, so that's probably putting. Let me just see what oil is doing. Excuse me, right now. So the last time I looked, they were very close. Yeah, this was about 101, I think. The last time I looked, WTI, I can't remember what Brent was, probably 106 maybe. So yeah, a little bit of a bounce. So yeah, airliners, of course, don't like that. Oops. Uh-oh, I did something wrong. Just a minute. Okay, YouTubers, I think I'm back. I accidentally closed down my browser, which included the trading, well, one aspect of the thing I have to open, so I think I'm back. Ooh, just a minute. Just a minute. Okay, guys, I am going to try a new build, all right? Just give me a moment. I'm gonna have to see, save my layout. Because I have a feeling the new build has got something kind of cool in it, so I just want to try it. So you're gonna, my screen will go for a bit. All right, guys, give me a moment here. I'm just trying to. Why am I not able to? Just give me a moment. There's a new build, and I think it's going to have something that I have been waiting for forever, and a lot of you have been. So just give me a moment. Just give me a moment, guys. I'm just trying to get this new build loaded. There we go. Okay. All right, I'm going to check something out now, see if this is correct. Aha, guys. At long last. You can see it right here, at long last. Well, you can't see it there. I think the problem is when I type something in. Okay, tell me if you can see something that's a little bit different. First prize goes to, I don't know what the first prize is, but those of you astute enough, take a look at what's happening. Finally. Nope. No, daily chart is not darker. No. You put it in the off topic. Come on, somebody. Nope. Many have been at, nope. Well, I'm not going to tell you, Ija. You're going to have to guess. Let me put GME up. Nope. There might be more pre-market data, but come on, guys. It's nope. Not the buy and sell. Nope. Though the buy and sell does have something, at least a pop-up when you click on buy, okay? Because a lot of people don't understand what the buy and sell, like how come they can't just do it? And then it tells you, you've got to assign one of your long strategies to the buy, and if you click on the sell, one of your short strategies. So it does actually lead you there. Nope. Nobody's got it yet. I can't believe it. There you go. OmniChamp wins the prize. I don't know what the prize is, but OmniChamp in our YouTube room. Obviously, people in YouTube are a lot more observant. I'm going to wait for somebody in the main room. Nope. No, not the amount of volume displayed. There you go, Pepe. We finally have tick charts, guys. Now there may be like a half a second delay or something like that, but we finally have, I'll call them real-time charts. No more 8-second refresh. Okay? You can just see it. I mean, you can just see it. Remember, that would have taken 8 seconds to refresh onto the new price. So, finally, I mean, it hasn't affected me at all in the years that we've had the charts and I've been using them, but, you know, it's always been somewhat embarrassing to have to say, well, they refresh every 8 seconds. It's always real time when you clicked on it, but then if you stared at it, it would take 8 seconds to refresh. Finally. Now, what we should start seeing, maybe on the charts also, maybe the pre-market data starting to come in. I mean, we do have the pre-market. Those of you who have been using our top list or alert windows, you know that we are getting our pre-market data now at 4 Eastern. It just hasn't been showing up on the charts. So I'm not 100% sure it'll be on the charts, but it is coming for sure. I mean, I've been told about this for a long time, the tick by tick. Yeah, well, I asked for that one. Let's see, Shady. Maybe 7 years ago. Maybe 7 years ago. HMLP. Let's take a look at HMLP. That certainly was an active one. Charts, real charts. I can't believe it. Depends how old you are, Shady. All right, guys. So it's 1:36. So at 2 o'clock, I will be attending a marketing meeting, and of course, I'm sure we're going to be talking about finally having these tick charts, real-time charts, whatever you want to call them. Yeah, it's about right, Shady. Yep. Um, Let me ask Michael. He says it's done. It's just a matter of Dave. Well, we have a guy who has to input it. There's so much else, like these tick charts. I mean, I know it sounds like, well, why don't you just flick a switch and everything? Now you get tick charts. Now you get pre-market. It's not quite that simple. So there are some pressing issues that have to be resolved. We're not a huge company, so it's just manpower. But I'm going to ask Michael again. I know what he's going to tell me. But you may be disappointed anyway, Zach. Remember, it will not be customizable at the beginning anyway. So what I mean is it'll be part of this Market Explorer and it'll be added. Okay. So right now, but this is not customizable. But what we can do is once it's finally in here, then we can, if we get a consensus, we can say, okay, let's have this price range, this minimum volume, perhaps other things. Okay. Guys, GME may be breaking out. May be breaking out. GME may be breaking out. I'm just looking here. The breakout would be probably around 183 if it's going to break out to the upside. And here's the downside. So just looking at this area right there, kind of a channel. Yeah, so Michael's done all the work on his end, so I know that doesn't help you right now, Zach, but I'm just waiting for it to get like loaded. All right, I'm continuing to watch Azul. See if it takes out 16 again. It had a little pop up here. See if it takes out 16 again. It's just got the room underneath. That's the attraction. It's a big float. Actually, it's not a huge float, 89 million. It's all tied in, I guess, with the price of oil. As the price of oil started to creep up, I'm sure if I look at jets, it might be doing exactly the same thing. Yeah, so we see how jets. So the airliners are basically looking like the jets ETF. Well, look at this one, guys, coming right iPod. Oh, this is a SPAC right now still. Yeah, it's still a SPAC. Okay. I was going to say it's coming right into the 200-day moving average, but it's a SPAC. Yeah, Neil, man, what a recovery. I mean, it's still down 26%, and it's a lot of volume, 32 times normal. But right now the market is kind of shrugging. But again, it's still down 27%, kind of shrugging off the CEO leaving. But it was more than that too. There were guidance for, I guess, May 5th when they released earnings. They're kind of conditioning people to say that, look, our guidance is going to be poorer than what we thought. So now I'm just fixated on looking at this tick by tick. Crazy. Yeah, the Clover. So you're saying the Clover died in terms of the number of shares available to short at IB? Give me a moment. Neo, guys, yeah, this is, I mean, this could keep running. A little break out of here, 13, it could keep running. John, is there a way to get a sound alert on a alert window? Absolutely. So, can you hear me and can you see what I'm going to do? Okay. So what I would, now understand that I'm going to show you how to do it, but I would encourage you to take a look at the user guide after, because you may forget what I'm going to tell you. And when you click on my link, I just put my homepage link in. When you click on that link, this is what you're going to see. And again, guys, big 25% off right now, like a pop-up promo. But if you go to the education section, click here, education section, okay? Click on the user guide. And guess what? Sound alerts, okay? So I will show you. But, just to know that in our user guide, virtually everything is covered, and this is also searchable. So if you had typed in sound alerts, in the question, you would have been brought down there. But let me show you, okay? Very simple to do. So one of the great features, actually, of Trade Ideas is to have different sound alerts on the different alert windows, your price alerts window also. Anyway, here's an alert window, all right? Right click. Let's have something open. There we go. Right click, configure, properties, okay? So right click, properties, and then where it says actions, just check that play sound, set up the sound. So you can have, some people like the text to speech, so the symbol will be read out, and that's fine. You can do it with one window, right? And the whole idea is that you put a different sound alert on the different alert windows that you've got. Otherwise, if you put them all text to speech, and you hear it, you'll never know which window to look at. So you can put one of them. Otherwise, use custom sound, click that, select, and we have 3 folders here. Mad Money, Voice Number 1, and Web. And each folder has some sounds. Okay, all you have to do is left click on one of them. So I clicked on the heart monitor, open it, and play it. Okay, if you like it, then you say okay a couple of times, and then that'll get attached to the alert window that you started all this on. Okay? You're welcome. Well, I guess Apple's lucky they didn't go on strike for the whole year. Okay, one moment, please. All right, guys, back again. Guys, this GME is getting closer, to breaking out of that top of that channel. You can see right there. It looks like it's trying. And is the volume, but the volume is not there yet. See the volume, I mean, a little bit, you can sort of see it on the 2-minute, but that's nothing. If you look, the previous ones, it's nothing dramatic. You'd want to see something on the 5-minute, like a big pop on the 5. What a game this is. I mean, if the volume picks up here, this is going to obviously pop right through. I'm talking about GME. Kind of like this, guys. I don't see the volume yet, but it is starting to break out. Actually, you're starting to see some volume in the 5-minute chart. This only has another, well, this is going to close in seconds. So let's see if this next 5 minutes, let's see if you get some big volume coming in. What's AMC doing? AMC is kind of doing the same thing. HYMC is not really. Nice call, Shady, on the short of NEO. Underneath 1310. So far, well, what did it get down to? It got down to 1293. Oscar Health. I don't think I've seen this one really before. I guess this was an IPO back here, another disaster IPO. Cut by 2/3, trying to come back a little bit here. OSCR. Yeah, it's going, guys. GME. The volume's starting to pick up. Look at the 15-minute. You can just sort of see it starting to pick up. And you can actually see the volume starting to pick up. Let me get a bigger chart up. You can see right there. Look at this right there. See that volume bar right there? I mean, compare it. Now, what time is it? It's 1:57. This has another 2 minutes to close. You know, it's probably going to beat that one. And so all of a sudden it starts approaching these levels here. So look at the last three volume bars, increasing, increasing, increasing. I don't know where it's going, but you can tell sometimes just by looking at the volume. And look at HYMC now. HYMC, take a look at HYMC. It is trying to do the same type of thing. Some volume coming in. Yeah, this is just a snoozer right now, the Azul. No more. Sorry. Hungry kitty, no more. All right, guys, I'm going to get into this marketing meeting. Okay, so I'm putting myself on mute. All right, guys, I'm back in and had a little bit of fun with GME. Yeah, it's not a hard and fast rule, Vicky. I would say 99.9% of the time. Yeah. Well, I kept saying if it took out this area right there, that 183 area, and on some volume, which it did. I'm not saying anybody has to do what I do, but now where's it going to go from here? That's the question. Will it take out 200? I don't know. What did it get up to? 195.80. Meanwhile, MYTE. What the heck are you? Some of these companies, MYTE, big break on the daily, good volume today for it, 3.7 times normal. What do they do? Holding company, oh, all right, the global luxury fashion, all right. You might want to keep an eye on GDYN. GDYN. I'm just looking right here. Yeah, it looks a little different on this 5-minute chart, but this had a big pop this morning. Something that I noticed just before I opened the room, and then it just absolutely ran from 13 all the way up to mid 1650 or so. Came right back down. This is the type of thing that if it gets above, around, you're going to give up maybe 20 or 30 cents, but if it can get above, say 14.22 or so, I'm going to put an alert at 14.29. You can see why I'm doing this. Look at all the action right around there. You can see if it breaks through on volume, this could have another go. So I'm going to answer something. Nathane, did you get my? Yeah, actually, we call it the back tester. Okay, so I put my link in. Go to the education section, the user guide, and go to the back tester. That will have all the information you probably need. Okay. Now, opening more than one chart, like different charts, it's just a matter of. Actually, are you still in the room? I should make sure. Nathane, are you still there? Wow, look at the SPY, guys. Oh, SPY is a big, healthy pop here. Maybe he's not there anymore. All right, guys, I'm just kind of keeping an eye on the GME. Actually, I thought the NEO might have another leg down when it took out 13. And it looked like it was wanting to move down. I'm going to keep an eye. Well, I'm probably not going to trade anymore today, but if it takes, but if I were looking at this, if it took out 1270, that could get it moving down again. Let me back this 15-minute chart out a little bit more. You can kind of see 12 or 1270 right around here. My FAS is going, my PHAS, okay? I had it up. Yeah, lots of volume coming in. Yeah, it is going. I mean, 33 million. I don't see any news on it. I don't see any specific news on it today. Maintained a buy by Needham. That was yesterday. All right, guys. Well, I'm kind of winding this down. It's 2:47, so at 3 o'clock, I'll put myself on mute. So any last minute questions, please fire them now. Fire away now. Room will be open until 3:30. And of course, Chris will take over in our YouTube room between 3:30 and 4:30. And meanwhile, PHAS. See if there's any news on it. I can't see any specific news on it. I mean, something's happening though. That's a lot of volume coming in. 3 million shares. Most of it's, in the last little while. Something's happening. This is shortable also. It is shortable for me and Interactive Brokers. Take a look left, see what's happening over here. 170, 157. So 170. Yeah, there's all this stuff here. I mean, it's hard to believe it'll get through all this, but did I catch? I really haven't had a chance to concentrate on it today, so I don't see it. Well, okay, I shouldn't say that. What time would it have? Because remember, I had to do a reload of trade ideas, so I mean, I could do a history, but I have 127 as the last time, so let's take a look at figs. Yeah, it would never would have shown up. Yeah. Not that it wasn't a good, obviously a great little VWAP cross, but yeah, wouldn't have shown up. Okay, guys, so before I do mute myself, just again, click on my homepage link. We do have a great promotion on now. Again, I'm surprised that we have a 25% promotion on. I didn't think we would do that again, just because we reduced our prices on our annuals. But anyway, there it is, Spring Break 25% off the first month only, or the entire year of Trade Ideas. So this brings this down to like $1,500 for the year. $1,500 for the year, which works out to about $125 a month for the premium service. In standard, that would work out to about $62 a month. It'd be $750 for the year. So a great sale right now, guys. It's not going to last too long. This is just like a little pop-up sale. So again, my recommendation is this: do not take out an annual subscription unless you know you want the product. There's no rush to do it. Take out a monthly, $118, $228, less the 25% for the first month only. But so that's, you will pay this going forward if you do maintain a monthly subscription. But if you decide within 30 days that you do want to upgrade to an annual, we'll honor the 25%. So there's no mad rush to take out, the annual, because you want to get the best discount going. Okay? And again, the 3 free sections, the trade of the week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. I do a stock of the day video at noon Eastern, and all the education is here. And if you want my scans, they're right here. Okay, all the scans that I'm sharing are right here. And again, we've got, if you're just getting started with trade ideas, do this. Let's get started. Okay, it'll take you about 30 minutes to run through this. I love Jamie. I wonder what he's looking at. But, it'll take you about 30 minutes to take a look at all this. But please do it. So, a lot of information here in the getting started. Let's get started. And in these 2 sections, the education and my scans. So save my link, and then you can look at this anytime you want. You mean, are you month to month? Yeah, Torps, you can do that. Okay, just give them info at. So yeah, anybody right now who's on a monthly, you want to upgrade to an annual, you can use that promo code. Okay. Give me a moment. So just send something to info@trade-ideas.com. Indicate your email address so they can look you up. Okay. Yeah, Senna, that's exactly what I said. You can pay. You get 25% off the first month, and then within the 30 days, if you want to upgrade to an annual, we'll honor the 25%. Okay, yeah, listen carefully. Any one of our promos, okay, whether it's my standard one for 15% off, if you go month to month, you'll get 15% off the first month only, and that's it. If you go month to month, then you pay the regular rate. But if you want to upgrade, and depending on the promo that we've got going, if you want to upgrade within 30 days to an annual, we'll honor the promo that we've got going. So right now, it's 25% off. So yeah, you can start right now with 25% off that first month, and then within 30 days, if you do want to take out an annual, we'll honor that 25%. Okay? I mean, obviously, if you start off with an annual, you get the 25%, but there's no mad rush to do that. I mean, listen. Well, it's cheaper on a monthly basis. I mean, just divide 12 into. Yeah, I mean, it's cheaper. I shouldn't say obviously, but I mean, it'd be $125 a month. Let's take a look at it. Okay. So here's the monthly rate. Okay, so it's $118 a month for the full standard, $228 without a discount. Okay, so that's what you would pay going forward if you maintain a monthly subscription. Yes, you'd get a discount off that first month, but if you want to maintain a monthly subscription going forward, then that's what it would be. Okay, this is just simple math now, guys. $1,000. Works out to about $62 a month. Okay? With that discount, with the 25% discount, that works out to about $62 a month versus $118. So on a per month, you got to pay it up. You have to pay it up front, but I mean that's typically why people will take on an annual subscription, because on a monthly basis, of course, it's cheaper. But you do have to pay it up front. Yeah, so Torps, you could, if you wanted to upgrade to an annual, you can get the 25% off. No, not on a, yeah. Not that hard, guys. 25% off an entire year, or 25% off the first month only. And if you maintain a monthly subscription, you'll pay the full rate going forward. And remember, I mean, well, you guys don't necessarily remember, but our annual used to be, before we reduced, it was 22 something, okay? So we reduced this. That's why I didn't think we'd have a 25% discount anymore. So we reduced this from about 22 something to 2,000, okay? This went from, not as much, about 1060 or so, down to 1,000. Well, you can't get screwed the new price. How can you possibly get screwed the new price? Pardon my indelicacy. You're at 188, so you must be paying. You must be. I don't know what. I don't. How are you getting 188? But this would work out to 125 a month on an annual basis. You know, with the 25% discount, because that works out to $1,600, right? $1,500. So divide 1,500 by 12, and you get, jeez, and you get 125 a month. So if you're paying 188 a month right now, I'm not sure how you're paying that, but okay. That's why. Okay, that's why. So you've got some kind of a grandfathered in rate. Okay. Think about the annual. You've got to pay it up front. All right, how much is it costing? Okay, here's my link. So we click on that link. Here's the pricing. Okay, without any, well, you always get a discount because, I mean, I've always got a 15%. But okay, so right now, with that 25% discount, the premium service would be $1,500. Okay? And the standard would be $750. Okay? It's up front. Okay? You pay it up front. That's with the 25% discount. If you went month to month, you'd get 25% off the first month only. All right? If you want to just pay month to month forever, okay, and you're brand new, you'll get 25% off this first month. And then after that, this is what you pay going forward. Okay? But again, as I keep trying to say, if you do take out a monthly, if you're new and wonder you don't have a subscription right now, you can just start off with one of these, a premium standard, minus the 25% for the first month, and within 30 days you decide, you know what, I love it, I want to go to an annual. We'll honor the 25% discount for the, okay, so that's all I'm saying is you don't have to rush into an annual thinking, well, I need to get the best possible rate going right now. You can try us out for a month at that 25%. Okay? All right, guys, it is 3:02. So what I'm going to do is just get the announcement up. I'll put myself on mute. Okay, so the room will be open until 3:30. And just before 3:30, I'll pop in, I'll close the room down, I'll put the YouTube link in. If you want to head over to YouTube for 3:30 to 4:30, well, Chris will be there, okay?